No, 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 whoa, whoa. Didn't quite have a thunderstorm or anything. Abnormal weather, for sure. Excuse me. Forgive me for that. Yo, Poppy Carl, I took a look, man. You weren't live yet. I'm here, bro. I'm here, bro. Keep me up to date. Keep me up to date, brother.
Once weekly, Mounjaro can help. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar. It can help you eat less food. Plus, 3 out of 4 people reach an A1C of less than 7%. And people lost
That's huge, Joe.
25 pounds.
I don't think I've ever come anywhere near that. 7.
Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea.
It's so hot, man. It's hot. Well, it's okay. I don't mind. I appreciate it, actually. It's not the most comfortable thing, you know, but I appreciate the heat. Get it cooking again. Get it cooking. New batch. It's time for Earth's new batch. Rebirth of spring and all. Or Easter, I said. So.
Your doctor's office. I was drowning in debt. I had over $36,000 in debt. If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off. National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe. National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors. National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started. I'm going to take my oil change. Going on vacation? Oh, yeah, road trip. Hey, all right, let's stay right there in your car. We'll get you out of here in 10 minutes. You know, just 10 minutes.
I wonder if I could do something here. Give me 1 minute here. I wonder if I could do something real quick. I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if I can. Just give me a minute over here real quick. Huh? Yo, Poppy Carl. Happy rebirth, man. Look at that. Cheers, bro. And for real, bro. What up, kid? How you doing, kid? Happy bunnies to you. Happy rebirth and all that. Somebody come help me, please. Somebody come save my soul. I wonder if they have that. Wait. Pause. Play 1969 by Bauhaus. Pause and back. Pause and back up. I'll let you through. Ready, set, don't kick this shit. Won't be no shit. Don't kick my shit. Won't be no shit. Get up. I thought they didn't play nothing. Play music by Cobra Starship. Get out of here. Go ahead, take it. It doesn't work. None of it works. Play Destroyed album by Sloppy Seconds. Sure. This is a good pick. Very good weight, man. I tore up my second finger and sacrificed it. It's back into the game now. Oh, I can play much better than last week, man. Got to get in there with Jimmy and record, man. On his cassette. But enjoy it, man. Resurrection, brother. Resurrection. Bless you, sir. Bless you. Lay down now. Lay down. Lay down, comb over. I need a pick. I don't need a fine tooth, man. I need a pick. You know what I'm saying? So you were late, but you never told me you were. You didn't want to say till you were sure. So you're gonna go live, Poppy Carl, man? You're gonna go live? I'll totally join you there, bro. You send me the link, I'll join you there. On the restream, bro. I'll be right there. I'm here all night. Yo. Yeah, I'll just go to your channel though. No problem, dude. I'd be happy to. Sorry, I'm adjusting. So now it's all about to your description, and you can spill your guts in the next confession. Happy resurrections. Happy new births. Oh, the internet's slow, dude? I mean, can I send you this one? I mean, no loss if it doesn't work for you. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead. No loss for you if it doesn't work, right? I'll just send you this one. You could do it by mobile. If it doesn't work, who cares? Give me a second. You can ask Tristan. And give her a heart attack. Yeah, man, come on in. I sent you the link, and it looks like I survived it. Danny Thompson is live tonight. He's been rehearsing for acoustic live shows. He's playing live tonight. So I noted that. I did not call him today, so I don't know how close together his shows are. So if they're real close, I'll wait for the next one, you know. But if they got time, then hey, he's got his feet wet. Make sure he's comfortable. That's the deal. So yeah, Poppy Carl, you got it. Come on in. It's one at a time. That's how it works on YouTube. So a little bit of.
Hi, Dad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
You got spotty internet, sir.
Yeah.
You got cheeseburgers.
Filet
Hell
of
yeah.
fish.
See, oh, filet of fish. Oh, Lenten. You're still Lenten.
Yeah.
Dude, you know, Catholics used to be like that all year.
Yeah.
And you know, literally, like, if you think about Jewish food, right? Guess what? They don't really eat the meat until dinner. They'll eat fish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it's set up. Like, it's now, of course, they can't have shellfish and stuff. Like, that's laid out, like, straight up. But if you think about it culturally, like, if tomorrow I was running a Jewish household, right? I'd get together some smoked fish and some cream cheese and some tomatoes and some grape jelly and some onions and shit, and everybody be eating bagels. And I can't eat bagels because I'm not Jewish. So, like, I get so fucking fat. Like, tomorrow, like, I gain 10 pounds a day eating 2 bagels, you know?
Right.
But that's what I would do. And I know that. And I know even at lunch, you know, like, he's probably not getting a pastrami at lunch either, you know? He's going to get another fish. And then at dinner, we'll have, you know, a roasted pig with bacon and turkeys shoved into the mouth cavity, if you
Okay.
remember. That's a real
Yeah.
traditional Shabbat.
Hmm.
And Madashevitz.
Damn it.
I might
Yeah.
have crossed my ears there. I don't know. I forgot. How
I
you
look at the
doing, brother?
pretty good. I look at the tracking number. It says Wednesday.
Wednesday? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed, and it'll probably work. Tuesday, you know, I hope, because I am going to the doctor on Tuesday. That'd be the perfect time, dude.
Yeah.
Because I'll even have like a panel of my chemicals to start from on that launch point, and I do this on a regular. You know what I mean? To keep up. So it'd be good to have a little bit of scientific data behind that too.
Yeah.
And I saw what you have, and like that's what you want. That's the absolute top. You
Yeah.
see
That's
how
it.
they actually have the heads like that, the proper fruit heads.
Mhm.
Some of the PEs kind of don't. You know, they're kind of this weird tapering thing. They don't have spore pattern underneath and stuff. So
Okay.
what you got is the best thing you can get. I don't know if dude waited to go to a festival or something, but dude knows what he's doing. You know.
Well, I mean, he's the grower. I know that.
Oh,
Like he
for
goes
real, he
there.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He goes to
Pardon
his
me
house.
once again.
Yes, sir, son. Thanks for
So
being a gentleman, sir.
I get it from somebody else, and this guy's really good too. But it gets stepped on one time between me and that guy. Like I don't know that guy. I know his guy, right?
Right.
Like there's a guy between us where this guy he's like the guy.
He's a
So
harvester. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
where the other guy he does all kinds of shit too, dude. Like he'll like all kinds of DMT and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
The guy who's middle managing, of course, he has more plugs. He's not dedicated to his craft. He has plugs and plugs, you know. So
yeah,
that's a guy you need to know too for the time. Or when you need chrysanthemum powder,
right.
San Juan cactus. I don't know.
I,
I've never had anything that was just given to me as DMT. I've had plants that have DMT in them. You know what I mean? But nothing has ever been an isolated MEO DMT or whatever the fuck they put in the mail. You know, in the day. I don't know. I don't know. Never been there. Now I understand they got them in vape pens, right? That must
yeah.
be driving kids wild. You know, I don't want any part of being that fucking stupid. But you know, Just because I can't be that stupid and function. I'm not a Molly head or a burner.
Right.
I would uh, I would fall out of grace. I'd be homeless and shit. I can't handle that way. I gotta have
Right.
some balance in life,
Yeah, yeah.
as I know you do. As I know you take care of business, man. You got good connection if you can walk around like that, man. Usually everybody gets choppy or starts getting spinning wheels. I mean, I literally don't know what the broadcast on the outside looks like, but on the inside here, you're doing good, man.
Yeah, well, I'm on 5G right now. I'm not on
Right
their
on.
Wi-Fi. Like their Wi-Fi is just fucking spotty at best.
So you're actually working late, huh?
Yeah,
So fillet of fish, not a cheeseburger. You're staying Lenten. That's pretty cool, man.
yeah. And need some potato fries.
Do you know about the famous competition for Lent? It
Mm.
was like Ray Kroc or whatever the fuck his stealing ass name is, and then the other dude was one of his franchisees in like Ohio in like a big fast food market. And so that guy was like, let's do a fish with a piece of cheese. That'll be the thing. Like, and he was like, no, no, no. Ray Kroc was like, no, 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 man. You ever have a grilled piece of pineapple on a bun? That's the Lenten thing. So they had a competition, and it basically came down to one season where they fought it out, and whoever had the bigger receipts won, and the fillet of fish won.
Huh.
And I'm going to tell you one thing, McDonald's Corporation, stop giving people half a piece of cheese on the fillet of fish. Suck it up, give them the whole piece of cheese, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the half piece of cheese that you leave behind, it turns back into fucking crayon because it's literally not food anyway. And then you're going to throw it away once it turns back into crayon. Just give the man the whole thing. And as far as the steamed buns, don't forget that step. It's very important. Yo, what's up, SGP? How you doing? The steam buns are delicious. Get a steam bun. Ask them for a triple cheeseburger with no toppings and a steam bun, okay? And then put a little salt and pepper on it, Poppy Carl, and just eat that shit. You'll think you're at an actual hamburger place for a minute. Just don't get the toppings because that ketchup pickle mustard shit reminds you of Ronald. No toppings.
Bro,
Triple
my lap.
cheeseburger, steam bun, no toppings, salt and
Look
pepper.
at oh, there it is.
Much better than spending $14 at a Shake Shack or what do you guys call it in Texas? Waterburger?
Yeah, Whataburger. Yeah.
How come you guys have a brand that you can't pronounce? Everybody, you guys call it water. It says whata, like what a burger. Like I would say, what a gal.
What I'm saying, Whataburger.
You said it a little bit better, but they always say water, dude. And it's your property. Gal
Yeah.
pal, I'm telling him, I'm giving him, he's going there anyway. So I'm giving him a hack. I'm telling him, forget about the bullshit. I mean, beef hearts, veins, eyeballs, nothing wrong with that. That's 100% beef.
Yeah. That's what they say.
I mean, it's certified, man. Certified. Look at that beautiful hooded kitchen thing you got going on there. The archway looks like stone books. That's beautiful, man.
It ain't
It's
mine.
got that filigree pattern on that like rosewood finish color, fake ass, but it's beautiful. Oh, he's in Texas for sure. Why is there a better burger in Texas? Let him know. White Castle.
I don't think we have White Cat. We got Crystal Burger, which is the same thing.
Yeah, Crystal's good. Yeah.
The same thing,
Oh, you
dude.
saw the Storm Chasers. Yo, what's up with that, Poppy Carl? You anywhere near a storm?
No. Bro,
So,
I was in the middle of a hurricane where a fucking tornado one time, bro. And hurricanes all the time, but like we don't get tornadoes down here. But I was in the middle of one time. Dude, I was walking next door, and all of a sudden, dude, the fucking trees bent over, dude, and it was just like hellaciously loud, dude. And it lasted like, dude, not long, dude, like 5 seconds, like 4 or 5 seconds. And all of a sudden, the trees fucking like it was like calm again, dude. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. The last time we had like an earthquake, right? I was doing like one of my least favorite parts of my last job, and like this last job, that means my daughter was gestating, and now she's fucking 12. You know what I'm saying? So it was a while ago. But anyway, it was one of those jobs I didn't like because we were evicting this whole family that they just tried to deny it and ignore the mail and shit. So everything, like there was feathers in the corner, there was like a whole bunch of fragile shit. We had to put everything on a common area for the weekend or whatever. And they lived in like what do you call that? Townhomes, so straight up, and they got side by side 3-bedroom full family homes on both sides of them too. So we're just
Right.
dropping shit off at some island in the parking lot where there's like trees and shit. So I happened to be driving another load of their stuff when the earthquake happened. So I didn't have any idea because I was on truck tires. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So when I come back, everybody is like shook, and I have no idea why. I was just making another loop around the cul-de-sac. I had no clue.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
we around here we have such a highway system that if we have a storm, it just follows them. Like a tornado will straight just go down the highway. It won't even hit anything because it's taking the easy way.
Right. Yeah, like I said, we were looking at tornadoes here. I don't know what the hell that was that one day, dude, but it was crazy. Like I didn't see no twister or nothing, but dude, it was like fucking loud. And like the trees building, like I'm talking about like fucking like 80-foot tall fucking pine trees, dude, like bent in half, dude. It was crazy.
SGP has never been to Texas. You went to Gaithersburg? Oh, I love Gaithersburg. Oh boy, I love Gaithersburg. I lived in Gaithersburg, but that was when I was an adult. When I went back home, like to my actual town, took me 29 years in between, and like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, whoa, I did not feel welcome or wanted or whatever. And I was like, man, I got to rethink a lot of things in life, really. The place has doubled in size. Yeah, yeah, I believe you. Yep. So, Gal Pal, somebody near Forestville right now. Forestville, they said they reached out to us, because they met my mother in peril, and I've known them over the years, but they have been busy, professional, traveling, blah 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 blah, But we've always met over time, and they reached out to me for real, and they were like, when my mother passed away, and they were like, you need to come here, you need to come to Forestville. They have this like new city design plan, blah blah blah. These people are like, I don't know what you want to call them, idealists. They're government, so they're realists. They know that there's tens of thousands of dead bodies per keystroke to make progress. But they are idealists, and they're talking about how this stuff is set up there in a way that they want me to come and at least experience and also consider. And Forestville, that's one thing. I grew up around there too. But Germantown, I would live in just for the architecture, because even in my last job of foreclosures, maintenance of foreclosed homes, literal, like I said, evictions, sometimes a bunch of bullshit. But all around, what it was taking care of properties from West Virginia to Maryland to, it was usually Maryland and West Virginia, but based out of here in Virginia. And Germantown, I mean, good Lord. Every time we had to do a home there, it's like, this is the home I'd like to have. We got a little bit of suburban Maryland, like, Forestville and associated places that have like cool homes, but then we're cleaning the flood out of the basement. We're doing something that ends up being a tragedy because there's no fucking hills or whatever. And they don't build them properly. They don't build them up on a little gravel hill to drain everything off. But Germantown, for the German immigrants, they literally built stuff for fucking Germans. And when we were in those homes, it was always stellar. Always fucking stellar. It was like, this is where I would want to live. Everything is right. The sun is considered, you know what I mean? Like you got the afternoon sun to, hang over the house and feed your garden that's behind it. And everything is perfect. So, as you said, SGP, Germantown is awesome. You summed it up. I was being all romantic about it because, if I could, but I'm going to end up living somewhere Route 50 towards PA, somewhere in Pennsylvania that nobody's ever worked in the last, probably since I was born or something. Because that's the only way I can compete in this world, man. I basically can't lead or follow. I got to get out of the way. I don't have a chance to start a career as a 50-year-old, you know?
Hey, you started OnlyFans, what you could do.
Yeah. I was looking at certain attributes. Yeah, sure.
Or go on like Feet Finder. Just put pictures of the fucking those goblin feet you got.
You know the pectoral titty flex thing? I had a
Mm.
short doing that way back. It was funny because I was like practicing. I was like, oh shit, I can do this good. And I was like, I have to do it. And I did it public as fuck. And, I don't think it's there anymore, but it was. Still untouched. Harper's Ferry. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Bro,
I'm just telling you, dude, the way that they did those buildings to make German immigrants feel comfortable makes the German immigrant in my soul feel comfortable. I want to go to Germantown. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it is. It is what it is. Our man over here, the Dutch New Zealander, he's very mixed.
that's New Zealander.
Well, yeah, Russell Crowe, he's from New Zealand, right?
I don't know, probably. I think so.
Yeah, he's an island. I mean, he's from either there or Australia, and I'm pretty sure it's NZ. Frederick is the sister city of Germany. Well, there you go. Now, I'll tell you this, because you spoke about being Polish, okay? And Gal Pal, I just become reminded because this came up on Dougie Doug's channel. Somebody was talking about, the involvement and building and influence of Pulaski, and how, like, in Poland, they celebrate Pulaski by Pulaski Day and blah, blah, blah. Now, in DC, the impact that he had was humongous. So, but the Pulaski, plaza or whatever, even in the 70s, everybody called it Freedom Plaza. Nobody called it Pulaski. Nobody. And so I never thought about that. But you know how they change monument and whatever now. Like my daughter, she's gonna go to Reagan High School or Reagan Middle next year. I don't think that name's gonna stick. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we have Pulaski Highway, right? But we also have a serious DC park that's dedicated to the man who had all that impact into the new world, right? But they don't call it that. And it was in the 70s. So it wasn't like 2005 where they're like, I'm not going to call it, General blah, blah, blah Boulevard anymore. We're going to call it Freedom Boulevard. But for whatever reason, in the 70s, or at least as long as I've been around, they call that place Freedom Plaza. And freedom is a pretty typical replacement word, isn't it? There was some time that people were eating freedom fries and having freedom lunches and shit. You know
Oh,
what I mean? So it's kind of funny. So were they really that racist against the Polak that because I got some, we got a lot of family up in Michigan. They're Polish. And then the Germans and the Italians that I grew up with were totally informed by the Polish. Their food came from living with the Polish.
yeah.
Has DC been racist against the Polska and I did not know it the whole time? You know what I mean? Like, is it they love l'enfant? Oh, they love l'enfant. I'm gonna start a war in Europe, man. The
It'll be
Frexit, the French exit, man. The Frexit is coming.
it'll be the third biggest war in European history.
I guess it would be the Poles.
Fucking Polacks.
That's your family, man. Be nice. And my family too, except they're not really related. There are like local cousins. We basically know like the 5 people who crawled across the water and got here and made our family. You know what I mean? I don't really need the DNA test for that shit. So
Yours would be like 84% sub-Saharan African. You're like, what the fuck?
I know. Well, I'll be like, that's why I'm only 4 feet 11. 4 feet 11, man.
That's black.
You know, most of these people on YouTube, right? You have some perception of them, right? And most of them, when they stand up, they get taller. I'm telling you, man.
Hmm. You just stay the same size.
I get shorter, like
Yeah,
Ghostface.
yeah, dude. Like your feet are sitting there dangling right now, and I'll freaking take your shit and jump down. Uh,
When we get down, it's like, whoo, me and Ghostface.
damn.
He They ordered a bunch of like mini Scott Staff dolls or whatever, and he was the only one that survived the prototype. Elf on a shelf, his little feet dangling. Sorry, man. No, I'm kind of mad at him really because the last night he was on with the Aussies and with Noelle and shit, and Noelle thinks she's mad at me like I did something, you know. And I know that that's your girlfriend, but her mom probably did something.
Mm.
So you're working and getting paid by the hour and drinking Corona?
Yeah.
How do you do that? I mean, I did it, but it was called carrier air conditioning. Everybody did it. I don't think you could get a job without a 12 pack.
All I got is a sixer because I'm still planning on going home tonight.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Well, I'm drinking a little. He's at work, man. So, probably not. Probably not. Now, you got a sixer to be responsible and get home, right?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going home tonight though.
Well, what are you going to do? I mean, I don't know how much you have, but you got like 2 sessions worth, right? What are you going to do, man? You got to make time. You got to carve time.
Oh yeah, I mean I can just do that anytime really. I'm not stressing it.
I would totally just get my mug and make some tea and just sit right here, dude. But the thing is, I don't have like a moderator to be around for a push button. So I
Yeah.
don't know how I would resolve that. I guess in like a subs only mode, it wouldn't matter, but there's going to be time I cannot read. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's going to be time that, like letters don't hold up
Cool.
from my experience.
Yeah.
And I might do it anyway, man, because what you did is such a nice thing. So I might do it anyway and fuck it.
Do it.
Nothing but an herbal tea in there, man. Nothing but an herbal tea. How long have you been streaming?
I don't know. I mean, on different programs throughout my life, I guess, on different platforms. But on YouTube for like 10 years, on and off, on different on different channels.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hear that quite a lot with people with different channels. I started a channel as a watcher. Now, I think it says July of 2005, and I get that, because I made my account after I started using, but I also see some of my liked videos, and they have to go back to more like October before that. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
I was in an office and I had to make a YouTube account because I had trouble remembering the words, man, dyslexia. So I'm like, those words don't relate. Those words don't relate. And then eventually I was like, YouTube, it's like tube television of you yourself. Okay, I got it. But I had to sign up so I didn't get lost. And I didn't have anything to do with it. And then I got a digital camera from my sister that was kind of a piece of shit by that time. And I was like, oh, let me see if I can make one of these videos and then use like a movie maker editor or whatever. And I just did that to make it happen. And then like 10 years later, I started doing video responses when they had video responses, and people would say, I've got like a trivia or a query or something. Please answer with a video response. And there used to be a button, and you could message each other in the background and say, hey, I sent you that or whatever. And
Yeah,
It
on
was a
this
different
video,
world. It was
like that's
social.
like that's like how half the shit talking on the eBay happened was video responses back in the day. Like you
Yeah,
just post on their channel and it'll just like show videos of everybody that posted it like reply to the video. Like
yeah,
video,
yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it was
But
like really social, you know. Like right
yeah,
now, like literally, I gotta like talk to people like you. You might be totally suspicious. You don't want to give me your phone number, but how do I get you up here, right? I had to send you a link somehow, you know. But it
yeah,
used to be real social, so I could just send you a DM through YouTube and say something, you know.
yeah, yeah. I think they
And
took
then
away.
I
I think they took away. I saw a thing about it. It's because people were just getting their feelings hurt too easily with video replies. Like it's like you think that you have this freedom to go on there and say what you want to say, but
right,
then somebody get this video reply to you. Now it's on your shit for a fucking at the time forever. You know.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah, and it's so funny because you can look at your likes, your like history, and you can look at your comment history, and I could see like the worst days, like the most vitriolic, like sort of goading comments that I've ever sent out, you know? Like
yeah,
same as a typical troll would be now. It's like, weren't you born a man or whatever? Like all that type of shit. Like there were nights where that was in my mind too, because I just wanted to elicit a response. You could still look at that. And somebody, I'll just publish it. I'll just be like, hey, somebody collect that history, make it a book, and everybody in the world will hate me. I'll alienate everybody in the world once you read that whole transcript, right?
yeah.
That's an accomplishment. It's really cheap. I don't have to like get anybody to write it. I'll just say collect it. Just go collect it. Fiverr.
Mm.
I'll give you $30 on Fiverr. You tech nerd, you fucking loser.
Yeah.
Get on your Peloton. I'm just kidding, man. Nobody will edit my stuff, man. I need clips of like good interactions.
Damn. But yeah, it was
They
because
don't
people were
even
just
do the like gotcha clips where they're like, "You heard that word you said." They don't even do the gotcha clips on 'em.
yeah. People were
This is
getting their
bull.
feelings easily, and then they took away the fucking thumbs down. Like you can see how many thumbs down there were. They took that away because people were getting their fucking feelings hurt.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they totally let anybody do it, right? The barriers to entry are very small, right? And then when people like, of any sort of protective class, if they get upset, then there's class action behind that. So YouTube's got to be like, oh yeah, we did make a mistake making this open and open. I'm just telling you what I'd like to see. I don't care if people, get their feelings hurt or whatever.
There was this
Who could
guy.
hurt my feelings more than my own children? I've been with them forever, and they say the worst shit sometimes, and you're just like, ugh. And okay, and then we got to move on from here. I love you and all that stuff, and it's like whatever, you got to fucking chew that shit. And shut up.
You gotta lie to him, tell him you love him and stuff.
Well, no, what you do is this is the best lie. Take them out one at a time and say, hey, you're my favorite. Just tell every one of them that one at a time, and they love that. That's the best lie you can come up with, man. It's a lie that it saves a lot of people.
There was this woman that I worked with back in the day, and she told me like we were just sitting there talking, and she was talking about how she hated her kids, except for one. Like
Right,
she had three kids, and one of them she absolutely couldn't stand, I guess, and then one of them she liked, and then one of them she was like iffy about. I was like, damn,
right,
that's
right.
fucked up.
Yo, you saw Orphan, right?
Yeah,
So the beginning of it, when the mother is getting harassed by the deaf child because she's a fucking musician, like as a musician, you see that and you're just like, oh my god, like oh my god, this is the worst. This is the worst.
yeah. I don't recall that part specifically, but yeah, I've seen the movie.
Well, no, it's because like she's a musician, she's trying to work on her piano. Her kid's deaf. So her kid's like making noise or banging the basketball against the wall, stuff like that. So back in the day, I had a couple of really good opportunities, like tech support, right? And I had a fucking barn anyway. So I was like, I can take this, It was like support for McAfee, support for BAE systems, different things. So because some of them were weapons and some of them were just software, but it doesn't matter. whatever it is, you got a whole database of things to look up. Somebody's got a problem, you troubleshoot from whatever they ask. So it's a cake job. And I had a fucking barn. So I was like, I'm going to go in there, kids, because I need to take this job at home, but you can't bother me for 4 hours at a time. I couldn't get 20 minutes. I couldn't get 20 minutes, at home. So I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? And I was like, and that's the thing. It's like, no, I never hated my kids. I love my kids. But what I'm saying is the level of cock block from your kids could be huge. Like huge. And you got to suck it up, Danny, and just move on.
Hmm.
And they're a joy and a blessing and all that bullshit, too. It's a selfish thing, man. People want to continue their lineage and their legacy and whatnot, and that's why they have kids, right?
I guess.
What do you think? You need some kids? You got a farm,
I don't have a farm.
right? When you going out, man?
When am I going out?
Yeah, like to the Pacific Islands and all that.
Oh fuck, dude! I got to start saving some money. I haven't even started saving money yet. It's still
Oh, you
just
didn't even save money? I thought you were scheduled, man.
nah. And, like I'm thinking sometime at the end of summer.
Where did they always tell me to go? They always tell me to go to Doha, man, when I was in the airport.
Mm.
They said, go to Doha, go to the clubs. They said, there's like 4 fucking females for every male. And they're not prostitutes. They're just hanging on you and playing.
I want
I know
prostitutes.
Siberian gal pal. I'm totally playing. He's a caring religious man. He doesn't just need farm workers.
You talking about trolling earlier, dude? I've been trolling like all these Muslims online lately, and like I just go in there and just ask one question, like how old was Muhammad's wife, and they fucking flip the shit, dude, because she was like 6 when they got married, and like 9 when they consummated the marriage. And he was like 56 years old, and they just fucking flip it. Like either they lie to you and say that they say that the translation was fucking mistranslated, and she was really 18, which is a lie because in the
No, no,
Quran,
no, no. Don't be
it
pulling
has,
that. She was really
yeah,
18 shit.
yeah.
Yeah, don't be pulling
So,
that
so
shit.
like it's like in the Quran it says like it has to be like it has to be taught in fucking Arabic.
I
So
forget
that
her name. Is her name Tamara? I know his
I
firstborn son is Tariq.
Aisha, Aisha.
Aisha. Okay, Aisha. I forgot that. Yeah, 692 AD or so, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was like
Yeah.
so.
So she was 18. She was about to die in 3 years probably, and she had no teeth, and that's when they got married. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah, they're crazy. And then the other half they'll like so either they'll lie to you and say 18, or they'll fucking say they'll be like, well, the age of consent back then was like 7. Like up to like 100 years ago, and in the UK it was like 10. Up until like the 1900s. Here in America too, it was like 9 or some shit, like the early 1900s. So they use
The
that as
law,
a
yeah, the law doesn't dictate this stuff, man. The
it
law
doesn't
doesn't really dictate this
just
stuff.
something's legal doesn't make it right. You know what I mean?
Right,
So using that excuse is bullshit. Like they just hate hearing that their prophet is a fucking pedophile. They just hate hearing it.
right. Well,
That's
6 is
true.
way down in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, gal pal, but you know what? I'm sure that you took it up for daddy and did the best job you could, and all the girls, he wasn't missing anything. It's not like that. I knew probably more female farm workers that lived on the farm and weren't like paid hands than I knew male farm workers in my life. I've known more female farm workers.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
I mean, I'm talking about like at home, unpaid.
Yeah. Dude, I live in Texas, dude. Yeah. Like our parents had a farm. Go out there every weekend for the last like 20 fucking years.
Do you take advantage of that fact and like buy like farmers market produce and stuff like that, or you just get the most convenient thing?
Dude, anybody go to a farmer's market, bro? You don't have to have like a license. So the only thing that we had like a license for would be for like certain medicines, like you get a Tractor Supply, like antibiotics and shit like that, or like tax exemption on feed and equipment,
Right.
or
Right.
like explosive ordinances such as like det cord, to blow up stumps and dams and shit. So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
there are licenses that you need for certain, but I mean you don't need it. I mean you can live on a farm without that shit.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
But no, anybody can go to a farmer's market, bro. Farmers market are like open to the public. At least around here, dude, they're just open to the fucking public, and farmers take their shit up there, and then anybody just comes and buys it. But now I saw a little short, like documentary thing about fucking farmers markets. Dude, people will just straight up go and buy this shit from fucking Walmart or whatever, and then just post up at a farmers market, and then it's like double the
I
price on
saw.
it.
I saw CBC, the Canadian broadcast,
They
their
might have been
cable company.
okay.
Yeah. I saw their cable company do one of those, and yeah, they would buy bulk like they do for Walmart or whatever, and just put it under the table.
Dude, half of them weren't even taking the fucking stickers off of them.
Right?
I mean, like they didn't give a shit. Like you're never going to go to like a farmer doesn't put stickers on their fucking fruit. You know.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I saw a CBC one of that, or whatever their cable company is called.
So yeah, down here they're kind of whack. Well, I mean, they have them, and I'm sure some of them are legit.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can get licenses, and guess what? If you get a license, good for you, because it means you can take food stamps and shit. They can take food stamps if they have a license.
Mm.
And there's a lot of money in that, like people cannot deny. You know what I mean? Like a lot of grocery store traffic, a lot of people's basic survival runs on food stamps and programs like that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
At the same time, on the other side, like the food pantries, they get so much shit that they just got to throw it away, like the stuff that's waste from Walmart.
Mm.
So, that's the deal with abundance. Like everything is fucking here. You know what I mean? It's just getting wasted. It's getting like whatever. What do they call it now? Paywalled out. You got to pay for it, pay for it, pay for it. We threw it away. You know what I mean? It's like, too late. What's up, Care Bear?
So there's this chick that I knew, dude. She was a crazy person. What she would do is she would just go from battered women's shelter to battered women's shelter. But she's not a battered fucking. She's not a battered spouse. Like she's not
Right,
married. She's
right,
not.
of course, right, right,
She should just be like, "Oh, my boyfriend beat me up and I'm pregnant," even though she's like not pregnant and doesn't have a boyfriend. And well, she was here in town hanging out at one of them, and it was like a weekend where they had like a food drive. And dude, it was like around the fucking block, homie. Like the cars, like it was crazy. But she just let me go right in first, bro. They gave you a shopping cart, bro. And dude, full bags of avocados, fucking briskets, dude. Like, dude, like
right, right.
somebody even dropped off a bunch of Nicorette, like fucking nicotine gum for these battered women. And like, dude, I'm talking about like a fucking half pallet full of these fucking things. And they're giving
Right.
those. It was just like a fucking free for all. And
Yeah.
like fucking full bags of onions, like 20 pound, like 10-pound bags of onions, and it was all good food, dude. I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo,
So I
what's
mean,
up, brother Keys? Yeah, man. The food pantry I went to, it was funny because they'd always have too many bananas. Bananas would be turning, so it always
yep,
had that smell, of like bananas that are turning.
yeah, like
But
a for
it
myself.
didn't mean a thing to me because I could grab the bananas, take them home, and like put them in the oven. You know how you make banana bread, and then bam, it's good for another week. All of a sudden.
Yeah.
So, but they always had stuff like you said, they always had like feminine products and stuff like that. If you asked, it
Well,
was
yeah.
really hard to get some milk in that place. But if you asked, maybe.
If I remember right, dude, it was way too hot for milk. Like it was hot, bro. But yeah, I remember they had like a whole box full of fucking briskets, dude. Yeah, briskets aren't cheap, bro. They're like 50, $60. You know. If I
You
remember
got your
right,
payment from the merch company, man? Yeah, I made a smaller order. That's what I did. I canceled all the old ones, gut rot. I made a smaller one, and I just crossed my fingers. Let's see what happens, yo. Sorry to interrupt, bro. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's wild, man. Living on the fringes.
yeah,
Some people have to, though. Most people are not going to be the success. We know that.
not everybody could be like me.
Gutrod, I haven't been getting many notifications from your new channel. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's just work. I don't know, dude. Anyways, Poppy Carl, man, he's gonna one of these days he's gonna eat that flesh and show up on your show. I bet you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that what did you do? Split it in half? I know you got 2 doses coming this way, right? Like 2 for real impact doses, yeah.
Yeah. If I were you, I would just split it in half and take 2 for real ones.
I will. I will. I don't want to be teased, man. I always got to go over over the bridge.
And just eat it all at one time too, dude. Don't just be like, oh, I'll eat some now, some later if it doesn't kick. Nah, just fucking man up and eat it. You know what happens happens. It is what it is. You'll be fine.
I make the tea, man. I make the tea. I don't have a choice after it's wet, right? I have to eat it. So
Well, yeah, you don't have to. But yeah, that's what I would take. I would take half of it if I wanted to like really get it.
sisters and brothers, 8 more days until your 3rd year anniversary on YouTube. That is awesome, brother Keys. Celebrate, celebrate. You haven't been here in a while, Gut Rod. I just purged mods. That's the only reason you didn't have the blue. Share your channel, man. Share both of them. Yep, they look real proper, man. Thanks for the photograph,
I gotta take a shit, homie.
All right. All right. Well, nobody's holding you up here, man. It's just you said you were going to go live, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to cut you, but I did feed the kids a little bit quick, and so I was like, hey, I'll come up here.
Yeah. Here, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay.
I gotta
I believe you.
let's come out. Got me going.
Yo, thank you, Gut Rot. You can share both of them, man. You can share both of them. Let me roll something up. Look out the mob. Shit. Where's the weed? Always got to have a new channel going, just in case.
Patience in the bathroom. You can be in there for like 10 minutes.
Hell yeah, bro. No problem. No problem, bro.
Problem for me.
Yeah, maybe. Well, why don't you just let yourself down, man? I'll bring you back up later.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, well, I gotta wait for him. Like, he could be forever in there. That's the problem. He'll sit there and then he won't do nothing. And then he'll go to he has dementia, right? And then he'll turn around, he'll go to his room, turn around, go back to the bathroom, and hang out in there for like another 10 minutes. And then he'll just go back and he does that like all night long. It's called
Oh yeah.
sundown. I think it's called sundowning or something like that. Like when the sun
Okay.
goes down, dude, they go crazy. It's like they
So
just
you
like
kind of you take like false starts. You keep doing the same thing over and over again.
I guess that's what he's doing.
You're exhausted and want to say hi. Well, no problem. Back on the main one. Yeah. Well, good to reserve a second one. Man, if I even knew how to make a second one, but I don't, and I don't care. Somebody's gonna have to take this one day, man. I'll make an editor next, but somebody's got to take it over. I can't do this shit forever. No, really, gal pal. I'll give it away. No, I'll give it. I want to. Somebody who's more jazzed about this game than I. Thank you, Care Bear. Sometime when you have the energy and you have the free time, please come up. Play music by Jimmy Cross, please.
Shuffling songs by Jim Cross.
Nice. I'll be right back. I'm going to make a little bit of a volume adjustment here. Hold on. Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh! And I'm the Easter Bunny. Ah, gal pal, I don't know myself. I don't know myself. And I'm the Easter Bunny.
I'm better now. Damn it.
Woo! So sundowning, huh? That's what it's called. That's interesting, man.
Yeah. Dude, like the toilets, it's got this little fucking nozzle thing. It's a fucking water hose with a fucking sprayer at the end of it. Spray your ass cheeks.
Like a bidet type thing, yeah.
Yeah. And I fucking sprayed the cheeks, but then there was nothing. I was thinking, like, how the fuck are you supposed to dry this off now? And so now I'm like, fucking, like, I got a shower.
Right. I'm sorry, man. But I mean, that's the learning curve, I guess.
What are you supposed to do? Is there supposed to be like a towel in there or something? Is there like a,
Dude,
is there like
I don't know. Listen,
is there
I
like a
got a
convenient
better
ass
question to
towel or
you.
something? Like, because you can't use toilet paper because it'll just like disintegrate and like leave fucking little fucking
Yeah,
balls all
you
over.
can't use toilet paper. No, it'll just turn into fucking glue and shit,
So what am I supposed to do, dude? Just spray and go? That's what I did.
I have no answer to you, and I don't know. Like, okay, let's talk about this, right? There's different kinds of doo doo, but sometimes there's like Rice Krispies and shit hiding in there. Now, when you spray it with the thing, and you're supposed to just leave with no toilet paper, whether it's on the wall or the where do the fucking Rice Krispies go? Where do they go? Could it be on the wall under the fucking seat?
All
You know
that.
what I mean? Like, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it, man. Spray and go. Spray and go.
I didn't know what else to do.
Yo, man, I didn't even do cloth diapers. Fuck a bunch of that. I'm throwing up right now thinking about it. But where do the Rice Krispies go?
Damn.
It's like a steamer. People clean their homes or kitchens with a steamer because everything is flat there. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. But dirt doesn't disappear. You just made it wet and put it into some corner somewhere, Now you got to find it.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. It sucks it up. You gotta get one. You gotta get
No,
one.
no, no. The steamers don't suck it up. They just push it.
Yeah, you gotta get one that sucks it up too.
They don't make that, man. But hey.
I got one. What are you talking about? You go forward and it puts water down and it brushes, and then you pull back
Oh.
and it sucks up all the water.
There you go. Okay, good for you, man. Good for you.
You never seen
You're
those
in the
before?
business.
You never seen those before? They're right, like it's right next to the fucking vacuum cleaners.
No, I've never seen them before. I have. My mother always ordered my vacuum cleaners. I never. I bought one of them from a store, but that was for her, not me.
Huh. Yeah, so last year the Walmart had a thing where it was like 50% off like Hoover products or whatever. So I went and got a steam cleaner. Like this was called steam cleaner, or maybe it's called steam vacuum. I don't know. And then I got a vacuum cleaner too. But yeah, now you push forward and then it puts hot water down and then brushes. And when you pull it back, it sucks all that shit up. And it's got two tanks on it. One tank that you put your cleaner in and your water,
Right.
and then one tank that it sucks the shit back up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we've had like wet vacs or whatever, but normally you would rent something like that at a home. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
But
it's like
no, I mean, like, no, no, no. They have kitchen steamers that are they're just a wand. They're just a
yeah,
steam wand. They're just pushing it like a squeegee, but a steam squeegee instead of a rubber, surface area squeegee.
yeah.
It's
I see.
weird. It has to go somewhere. You gotta. Eventually, there's like a whole like line of fucking dirt to pick up somewhere.
Yeah,
A line of brown.
yeah. See, I've never seen one of those. I've never seen just like a steamer. I guess if you're trying to like break up grease on like a stovetop or something, I've seen those like a steamer like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's like like I have a sister who will, she'll antibacterial everything. You know what I'm saying? But that's dangerous territory. And also, you're being a fool. You're like a shill for the companies that are selling you all that bullshit.
shit.
They snap, crackle, and pop. They crapple and pop is what they do.
Oh, I'm kind of worried. Like, where did it go? Like, what was stuck up on there? Like the plaster? Like, where did it go?
Yeah, yeah. That's the question to me, man. That's the question, you know.
I guess it just blasted into like little bitty pieces, and it just, I don't know.
You're
I
nuttier than a sewer in
think.
Thailand, man. You're nuttier than a sewer in Thailand. I don't know where it all goes.
Well, I mean, I got to get prepared. Like, where I can't be having like clean ass all the time if I want to go backpack through the fucking fucking scoot through the jungle. Of fucking
Yeah,
Thailand.
man. Yeah, man. Bring some shower to shower powder. You're gonna have to put some powder up and pack a plug of it up in there. You know, dry it out.
Yeah, I'm planning on going when it's not so hot, but I don't want to go when it's cold. Yeah, you gotta hit like a special time of the year, but that's when everybody goes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. They snap, crapple, and poop.
I like it whenever it's like a dog and it just comes out. And there's like no white. Like you wipe one, so there's nothing on it. You're like, hell yeah, dude.
My friend, he was a fucking Boy Scout, a weirdo. He claimed he had a self cleaner. So he would go duck off and he said, I got a self cleaner like a dog or whatever. He's just like, oh, it pinches off and it sandpapers itself. I'm like, dude, what kind of machinery you got down there in the winker? You know, like what's going on in that
Yeah.
in that muscle? He's got a scrub function. He does a quick little like a little in and out little wipe.
Yeah.
He said he had a self cleaner, man. I don't know. I don't know. But he was like, I don't know, man. He was pretty much capable of anything. I remember when he had like fucking 7 jobs. He would go to the Chesapeake Bakery, you know, the bagel bakery, and bake fucking bagels for 3 hours, and then go to another place and serve breakfast of another kind, and then go to another place and serve lunch. You know what I mean? This motherfucker, he could do anything, you know.
Yeah. Dude, clean his own ass with his ass.
If you had a self cleaning ass, I guess it would save a lot of time and also worry. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about where you're going to have to shit. You know, when you make appointments and you're like, yeah, well, you know, I'm going to eat like 3 hours before that. There better be a stop off point between here and my interview, you know, whatever. He doesn't have to worry about that. He's got a self cleaner, man. It only takes 2-3 minutes. No wonder he's a success in life. This George W. Bush is probably a self cleaning ass.
Hmm.
He had it handed to him, man. Handed to him.
Dude, I think the only animal that has cheeks is a orangutan, or what was it? I forgot. It might be the gorilla.
Bonobo?
Like actual butt cheeks, like glutamuses.
Oh,
That would,
okay, okay.
I think it's the gorilla. It's the only other thing that has like actual cheeks. If you look at everything else,
Well,
it's
gorillas, they
okay.
literally have, I mean, I know they have the haunches because when you watch them walk, you can see that badonkadonk,
Yeah.
you know?
I forgot which one it was. Yeah, like there's only one animal that has like actual cheeks, and I
Well, we
think it.
always talk about baboon's ass, you know, but that's like that. It's more like a catcher's mitt, isn't it?
Yeah, dude, yeah, yeah.
Kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
a leathery, like mess, you know, back there. I don't know about that, you know. Man, thank your God for separating our species enough that I don't have any interest in
Bro,
jumping up on your.
I'm sure he did to completely separate the species. There's some motherfuckers that I've met, dude, that look like they lost a lot of battles in the Evolutionary War.
The Beast Wars, so to speak, the actual Beast Wars. I don't see that. I don't see that as much, but maybe, you know, you got a different evolutionary pool where you're at.
I imagine it's the same everywhere.
You know, I think I see some of the softies from the divide, you know, of the earlier hominids. Obviously, the warring people won, but there were some softies that survived. I see their genetics every once in a while, you know. I don't know where he went. He's a man of mystery.
I think everywhere you look, you can see like the chain of evolution. I mean, look at like Asians. They have like a monolid, right? And that's for like snow blindness.
Yeah.
The Inuits, they're the same way. The melanin content or whatever it is, uh,
Right.
to be in certain parts of the world.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different chains of the evolutionary, different parts of the evolutionary chain.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's all here, man. It's all here. Yeah.
But there's some motherfuckers like you could tell that like they're fucking like half Cro-Magnon, like half Neanderthal. Like they
Right.
haven't like they haven't evolved yet.
That's yeah. A lot of people talk about that for sure, man. A lot of people talk about cranial ridges. A lot of different
Yeah,
characteristics.
yeah, dude.
It kind of at least in their favor, like at least in the comic book advertising world, they all got big peckers. So like that's all good. That's one of the traits that they're blessed with or cursed with is their small brain, their big ass dick. Like it's okay. It's good advertising.
Bro, when I was in college, I knew this guy. This guy, I swear to God, dude, he looked like the fucking Geico caveman, dude. Like this guy looked like a fucking caveman, bro. I'm talking about like big, thick brow.
Yo,
Fucking,
that's seriously fucked up.
like that motherfucker ain't evolved yet, dude. Okay, and he was like my age, dude. His mom was like only like, dude, she like that fucker must have been adopted, bro. Either that or she was just fucking really young. Whenever she had
Really
him,
young. Yeah, yeah, that makes them different, man. They cook different when you're really young.
bro. Like I'm talking about, dude. She was like dropped in hot. Like I'm talking about, like hot as fuck. And she looked like she was our age, bro. And she would buy us fucking beer, and she like all the time she would buy us alcohol and shit. She didn't give a fuck.
Damn, man, that sounds like a good one to know. Hello,
But this one,
Auntie.
like he definitely wasn't evolved all the way. I forgot his name. Forgot his name. But yeah, that guy was crazy.
Do you think Sunday night is a good night for you to join up here? Tomorrow? No, sir, because I'm gonna do Easter at my dad's house, Smooth Keys. I'm just gonna leave it all out. I'm not celebrating the 420, with the hops and all that bullshit. And I'm just doing Easter at my dad's house, Keys. I'm just dedicated to that. And that's it. So I'm not gonna be live tomorrow. I'll be up on Tuesday, I hope. I'll be up on Tuesday, I hope. And I hope I got my nice warm mug in front of me.
Yeah, like I said, it says Wednesday. I just can't wait till it says so like in transit or something. Because like, but here's the thing. So I'm not really worried about shipping this stuff because think about it like this, dude. If you're going to ship it, you're going to use somebody else's address and name and shit. Because I mean, right? So like them going straight to the people and being like, hey, you guys are like fucking shipping shit to each other. Like just somebody use my name and address and they expect me to not be home or something. I don't know. Dude,
It's
they'd
not
have to.
that's not how none of that's how it works. What you
Yeah,
do is you send it on well, I mean, it's actually we disagree a little bit because our farmer, they're a couple. So I disagree a little bit with the guy, you know what I mean? So he
yeah,
doesn't like to send it on Thursday, but I was like, send it on Thursday. You send it on Thursday, it might start moving on Friday, or they opened it, one or the other. And
yeah,
if they opened it, guess what they have to do if they care? First of all, they tell the end user, you're not going to get this package. It was seized.
yeah,
That's number one thing they do.
yeah.
But if they were trying to cause a problem, they would have to go get a writ from a judge, you
Mhm.
know. So Friday night, are you going to get that? No. Saturday, are you going to get that? No. Sunday, are you going to get that? No.
Dude,
Monday,
dude, test
if
this
they
shit.
don't show up on Monday, see, that's the thing. It would quietly move through the system Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, wouldn't it? Right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
on Monday, if it hasn't made any progress because they're sitting on it, they're going to knock on the door and ask to see you. Don't
Mhm.
answer.
Yeah.
Don't answer. And even if they do knock on the door and ask to see you and you take it, put it in the corner. Don't open it. Wait a day or two because they need to get a writ from a judge to do anything. See, that's my philosophy. And if it comes through, it means they didn't, or something else. Now,
I
or something else goes to a deep, deep level that one day, maybe privately or maybe in a book when I'm dying, I would tell you. Because
yeah.
I had a good relationship with a shipping man, and there was something that I just couldn't get. you know. And eventually he showed up and he delivered it, and it was supposed to be a sign for it, and he didn't make me sign for it. And you know what else?
Hmm.
I never saw that man again.
Uh, Damn.
Never
Yeah,
saw that man again.
I'd be more worried receiving it than sending it, but like I am kind of worried about sending it. But I'm more worried about if I was a receiver because like let's just say you ordered it online, you think that they're going to use their actual shipping address, you know, like where it's coming from. Like they could have just picked my name, just say it's like you got to put something down. Whenever you go to the shipping place, you got to put something down, and they
It
can
all
just
depends.
you
Some
know
things they'll do like a, oh, I can't deliver it because you didn't tell me the truth. A lot of times they ask for a name. That's why I say with all you guys, you got to give me a name. And then people who can't even give me a name, right? Then I have to put pseudonym, care of homeowner, or care of blah blah blah. You know, if I really can't get through that, because they can be shitty about it. And I used to do a lot of trade with Canada. And, you know, if I wrote a nickname so much, they wouldn't deliver it. You know, it had to match the records.
yeah.
They
You
can
know,
be a
like
bitch about it if they want to be. But when you buy their services and their insurance and you jerk them off like that, you're
yeah,
basically their friend. You're in their pocket to let you go.
yeah. I ordered some seeds from fucking I don't even know where fucking Indonesia or something. It was some carnivorous plant called the Nepenthes pitcher plants,
Right, right.
and so like it stayed in Cali for a while whenever it finally got here. Well, then when I got it was the original package from like Indonesia, but inside there was a letter that said we seized your, and they knew exactly what it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they named the specific,
Invasive species.
yeah, and then it's like
Invasive species. Yeah,
yeah,
I've gotten green, big fucking green placards and even yellow, so I guess the warning gets worse, right? Of
yeah,
customs.
yeah,
Customs have given me those things, you know, and they're warnings, and they're like, we looked at this and we took that, and you know, fuck you. They
yeah.
can't do anything to the guy who's getting it.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm not worried about shipping this stuff is because for one, going through a scanner, it would be impossible to see what it is because I got packing peanuts in there and shit. So like, it would just look like a fucking ball of mess, I'm sure. And then two, like I said, like I was watching this thing about it was like uh, what was that fucking? It was like eBay but for drugs on tour.
Oh, like Silk Road or
Okay, so it was on Silk Road, right? And
yeah,
so what they did was they would just like use like somebody's address that they knew wouldn't be home, or they're out of town, and they'd use their address and they just go by their mailbox and pick it up because you can see that you can follow the tracking. So you can literally follow the mailman to their house and just fucking pick your shit up, you know. So then going for those people and actually, doing something about it is going to be real rare unless it's like unless it's something not cool, like really not cool.
I mean, remember, you know, I hate this actually because my mind would crave justice, but all enforcement is selective. And if you didn't piss off the right people, you know, you don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to come after you. It's nothing. They can't prove it, you know.
Yeah,
Now, as
yeah,
far as scanners, you have to understand all they do is they say, oh, there's a bunch of organic material in there. So they will see it. They will, if they did that or if they cared to do that, you know. But I
yeah,
even had to work, like I said, in Dulles in the airport. Like one of the important parts was that, you know, the fact that the international flights, you know, we're moving a lot of drugs back and forth. So that was a very special area of baggage, because baggage is the easiest job you can get in there if you're good to jump in and out of a vehicle, you know. But anyways, it's the easiest job you can get there. But when I had to go by them, you know, I saw all kinds of crazy shit on the screen, and they did too, but they didn't have any time to deal with it, dude. So it's like a 30% rate, you know. If they see organic material and they literally are like, that looks like a bunch of fucking penises, that looks like a bunch of mushrooms,
yeah,
there's still only 30% where they're going to stop that bag.
yeah,
70% of that bag just keeps going because they're like, and it needs to go into a Lufthansa that's, you know, the way that that baggage works. We don't throw it in the hull. They throw
uh,
it in a big ass moving, you know, stainless steel tub, and they load it into the bottom of a 787 or whatever the fucking huge plane they have, you know.
mm, okay,
So they see it and they jump on it maybe 30% of the time. They just make examples out of random people. So don't
yeah,
get involved in fucking drug business and bad business. Keep your hands clean and you'll never be within that 30%.
yeah,
Now, If you've been popped once or twice, nobody hates you. You know, everything's fine. But if you've been popped once or twice, don't do it anymore. Because
Yeah.
next time it's 10 fucking years. It's going to
Yeah.
change your damn life.
Yeah.
So keep your hands out of it. Fuck it. There's no money or anything worth it. He didn't have to do that. Poppy Carl could have called the dude in my neighborhood and said, deliver it, you know, last mile delivery, 5 miles, deliver it to my man, you know?
Or again, just use some fucking random person that doesn't even live there anymore, and just use their fucking address. You can put any name on it. They don't look at the name; they only go by the address.
Sometimes they do. That's what I'm telling you. I'm warning you. Sometimes they do. That's why I always put care of homeowner. Always
Yeah.
care of homeowner.
So
So I saw the embroidered outfit that SA sent you. So Sikander, when Sikander mailed me embroidered outfit from from Pakistan, right? He made it. He made it to me from Pakistan. He sent it in a cloth bag at customs in the harbor of New York. They tore the bag open. Yeah, yeah. Yo, Poppy Carl, I ordered a projector, just a simple home, tiny little silver projector from eBay one time, right? Not a big deal, just to, use, just watch my DVDs on projection on a little, it's kind of like watching it on an 18-inch TV. It's not even a big deal, but it's just fun. So I bought that projector from eBay. It cost me like nothing. It was like, it cost me like $12. They ship it to me. They
Mhm.
wrapped it up in sheets that were probably worth $80. And they taped all those sheets up. These were like $80 sheets, and they taped them all up. And then they spent like $32 to mail it to me. I spent like $14, no shipping.
Yeah. So, I asked a guy one time because I used to buy HDMI cords. They used to have them for $1 free shipping. It was like 99 cents free shipping on eBay. And that's how I just got my. I'm talking about like whenever HDMI cords were like 30, 40, 50, $60, I'd get them for like $1, dude, on eBay, $1.99. And I ended up
Yeah,
asking a guy one time, and he's like, "Yeah, no, that's just to bring people in. Like we're willing to
right.
lose them, $4 or $5, whatever it is."
So yeah, totally. I understand that, gal pal. Yeah, it's happened to me a couple of times. Like I said, I get customs notices, and literally they are different colors. So I think there is an escalating scale there, but
Yeah.
they're basically not going to hit the end user. They hit whoever sent it or whatever, if they can, and usually they can.
But I think that nobody's going to use their real fucking identity to fucking like if they're a professional like Silk Road dude,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they're not going to and like there's a special way you're supposed to ship the shit too. Like if like other kinds of shit. Like okay, when I say shit, I'm talking about all the shit, right? Any of the shit, right? It doesn't matter what it is, right? Any of the shit
right.
you want. They say like this one girl, she was like, "Yeah, you only want to do it medium L
You
or
don't.
something." Yeah,
No,
I
you
don't know.
don't. I send media mail, okay,
Yeah,
because it's the only thing I can afford, basically. But you do not want to send an illicit thing, media mail, because media mail is immediately subject to inspection. It's part of your
yeah,
agreement when you send media mail. Also, they have 21 days to deliver. You
oh,
live in Texas. If I send you a book, media mail, it'll get to you in 4 or 5 days because they just hop one state at a time overnight, right?
yeah.
No problem. But if I put it in media mail and it does get hemmed up because something in there is wrong and they know it, they
Mhm.
can be working on, like I said, calling the local judge, getting a writ for you, and then
Yeah,
showing up with like a Chris Hansen type sting on your ass.
yeah. But dude, I mean, all
So,
the that they're gonna have to go do, dude. I mean, god damn, that's a lot of effort for fucking
but
50 cents.
I know what they're talking about. Back in the day, what they would do in Silk Road, right, is they would say it's a DVD because you take the DVD box, like here's a double disc. Okay, you take the DVD box and you take a bag of crystals and shit, right? And all you do is like stick it under the disc, because the disc doesn't have to survive. So they just take the disc out, stick the shit under, send it like that. You can always take a book and core out the middle. You can make like the classic, like hiding something on a shelf. You can just
Mhm.
core out the middle of a book, or if you have LSD sheets, you just put them inside.
Dude, I shipped some of that to this girl King Kong who used to be in the community, and
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
talking about it. We just been friends for like the last like 10 years. And So I ended up shipping her some, just a few hits, and it was just like a small package. I just put it in like a random fucking card envelope, you know. And when
Right.
it just had like other like trinkets and shit, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I try to stick to media because it's cheap, but hey, if I wrap a record in a bandana to try to protect it, right? They can open the box and say, "Oh, a bandana is not a piece of media," and they'll send it back to my house, take the money I sent them the first time, and tell me to send it again. So because it's subject to inspection, it's not the best way to go. The best way to go is priority. Get their own little stupid box that they're so in love with, the red, white, and blue box. Just buy that shit, put whatever you want in it, and when they're like, it costs $22, say, "Oh yeah, okay, fine, just bend over." They'll never open that box. They love their own damn box. They're in love with the fucking style, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, those sheets were worth much more than that projector. They overpaid to ship it to me, and I had to destroy the sheets to get in there, So I felt bad too.
I'm setting up the wow.
Sculptures.
Fuck me, man. Fucking dead ass phone.
What you got, man? Look, I got sculptures.
The fuck is that?
Stiletto shape. We're starting to watch an alternate reality here. Did you smear
Oh,
Vaseline
okay.
on the camera
Yeah.
for an LSD effect?
Nah, it's the side of the refrigerator. My fucking phone's tilted sideways. I can't get it the other way.
That's okay. That's okay. Cheers, brother.
Better, a little bit. Mm.
Nope. You look like you're in outer space, but that's okay. It's
The
interesting.
outer
It's
space.
interesting. Cheers. I'm not going to drink more than this. I drank 2 cans. I'll drink this. I'm going to the doctor on Tuesday. That means until then, I'm not drinking anything. I'll drink the rest of my 3 cans, or excuse me, it'll be 4, wouldn't it? I'll drink those 4 after I come down from Mushy. Because, boy, I love beer at the end of mushrooms.
It's like I'm fucking drink like crazy.
It can't affect you. It doesn't. You know what I mean? So,
I know. I'm talking about like a fucking dude, like a fish.
yeah, yeah. I just like it. The Benjamin Franklin quote was, beer is proof that there is a God and that he loves us, right? Something like that. So at the end of a trip, after I've already visited different house, at the end, I like to find the fact that, Babylon also has a gift for me because I can't escape them whether I want to or not. I got to make my exchanges with the real world. You're going to a 420 event? Yep, yep. In this month? Oh yeah, or in the morning? Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not going to do it, man. I'm no 420, but I'm only going to do Easter for the fam and 420 backlash every year, guys. Stay up, stay tuned, because after 420, hippies aren't very nice actually, because they run out of bud. 420 is too far away from Harvestober. I think it's a warning period actually. Jeez. Meaning, if you don't got your shit planted and you're smoking today, you're in trouble. That's the warning, I assume.
Hmm.
You're always talking about Big T and his music knowledge and how it's like, what'd you say, conventional, yeah? Classic rock, all that
Yeah,
good stuff, yeah?
I think so. He says country now, but yeah, I think it's like classic rock.
I've always wanted to be better informed with a 60s person, so I've always tried to get that because I don't have brothers, and I had very few uncles and they were into one thing or another. So I've
Mm-hmm.
never had brothers, so I've always tried to hook up with a 60s person, but it never worked long term. They get crazy, man. So I know a lot about 70s, 80s, 90s isn't even my specialty. 90s was a downtime for me, but yeah, 60s person, man, they always end up being like overbearing. I want to get a proper education, Poppy Carl. I know a lot more about 20s shit from all the old folks.
Yeah.
Talking about how they used to have fun, man. They used to go out every weekend and dance and, kick it. Yeah. And they were like, yo, what's up with you kids? You guys don't have that. I'm like, no, 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 we don't, man. It's always a gang fight. What you think, Grandma? You think it's always a gang fight? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm ready for the rebirth, man. Resurrection. Resurrection properly, right? A miracle.
The resurrection.
It's a miracle. How many miracles do you get to celebrate a year, Poppy Carl?
This podcast,
Virgin birth?
I guess, yeah. Or two. And all of Black History Month. That's a miracle.
Yeah, I guess, man.
Yeah. Like, uh,
Well, slavery is one thing, indentured servitude is something else that everybody probably deals with. You know what I mean?
yeah.
There was generations of homesteaders and family that wanted to pass everything down, and then it hit like a certain uncle generation where they're like, I want to monetize this to the max. I'm not going to pass it down. Like, we're done with that. I'll rent it down or something. What's up, Sean? Yo, like you said, Poppy Carl, sending out your thank you cards. Uh, he did the same. He sent me my garbage pail kid in a thank you card. Sean did. So here you get to still he gets to still be anonymous but represent right here at Sean 420. So Easter properly celebrated. Thanks, Sean. And the card I got, halftime Joe, Poppy. Real stuff, man. Real stuff. So I get to keep that and value that.
Yeah.
Now,
I
here's
wonder
what
if
I
he's with.
got to send this to Minnie when he was on here. I said, hey, don't judge me. Oh, I like all my fans' drawings. I said, I'm going to try to draw you. I'm going to take it seriously. And that's what I came out with. He looks like Chuck Dukowski, my favorite player from Black Flag. But anyway, that's what I came out with.
Damn. For Minnie Manson?
Yep.
Hmm.
That's Andrew. That's Andrew. I'll send that out as soon as I can. The Misfits are playing at 2:20 a.m., eh? He's like, this is how we used to do it. I don't. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Where's my little thing? Okay. Play Devil's Angels by Danzig. Let's see. Here's Devil's Angels from your library on Amazon Music. There you go. This is how he was doing it. Yeah, that's what I heard, man. I heard that style, which was pretty fucking cool. I don't know what the hell Doyle does except for look like a fucking wrestler, though. He ain't playing guitar, stomping around and punching it in the fucking neck. Now, how do I tell it to stop? Now, stop. Anyway. Sorry about that. I'm just saying that's basically the style they're carrying, I believe. Jeez. Which is cool.
I'm back, Daddy. I'm back.
You back at it?
Back in black. I had to go respray.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to be sure. Because like,
With
dude,
them
like, there's
cheeks.
still so many questions. Like, what are you supposed to wipe your ass on? Right? Like, there's no towel. And if there is a towel, is it a communal towel?
Right. No. It should be in a bucket by the side of the toilet, really.
Okay, and just one, or does everybody have their own? And are they labeled or what?
You have one, but it's like it expires every 4 hours.
Uh,
Like they can share it a little bit because you're already just rinsed,
oh
but
man,
you don't want to cross contaminate or pollinate, There's no pollination.
that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing when you do it.
Well, fuck, dude. I mean, like, that's the best thing they came up with. They're like, hey, you know how your asshole and your dick and like all that stuff is like really gross and whatever. They're like, look, we'll put a hole in everybody's house and we'll like shine it up and make it really pretty and stuff. We'll just put a hole and you can deal with all of that there, And it's like, oh, okay, then we'll forget about it. Then all of a sudden you're trying to get a book, you walk in the hallway and you're like, what the fuck died in here? It's like the hole doesn't really let you forget. The hole isn't really the answer. You see, we tried our best, but we're really pretty simpleton. Just put a
Yeah,
hole, make it real pretty and shiny, and we'll shine it up. Like,
shine it up for you.
yeah, it doesn't really help, man. You're like, oh, what the? Who fucking died? You know what I mean? Like, yo, you get a delivery, after you just took a shit, and you're like, oh my god, like, you want me to sign for this? Sorry for the asparagus fumes.
Good, yeah.
Do you have a brown pen? That's
Oh
why their
man.
uniforms are brown, man. They absorb a bunch of that.
Mm.
It's a sick world, man.
Just like the communal ass towel. Fuck, that's a sick shit.
Yeah.
I was in there, like, I was out healing it. Like, it hit me in the head. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, you know what they call the hillbilly one, right? It's the corn cob, right? I mean, think about it, man. Uh-oh, emojis are coming through. Celebrate. Uh-oh. I hope I don't have a blocked list. Except I was really mad about everybody who went with the Aussies last night. Boo, you're a bunch of traitors. Traitors with the Aussies. Traitors with the Aussies. What's up, Prince? Traitors with the Aussies. Fuck y'all. Traitors with the Aussies. Play Action Woman by Danzig. Hey there, high and mighty. I think I'm gonna play the Fear demos. I think I'm gonna play that later.
Yo,
Yo,
I had my boss texted me. I could get out of here shortly.
right.
So,
That's cool, man. Thanks for coming up. I had a great time hanging out with you. I know I pushed you around a little bit, but you got to get used to that, man. I don't give anybody an easy ride. You've only been up here twice, but I've hung out with you on other people's channels. It's really cool, man.
yeah.
You can be my action mod when I can't read English, when it's all Sanskrit.
Right.
This is like a double tribute, actually, because this is Hobo's Chime. He told me finally that it's indoor. He said the fishing line won't hold up outdoor. I didn't know that. I was gonna hang it above my plant, but it's a double tribute because this is just a plastic bag around the light, and that's something that Tooth does, and he says that that's like one of his lacks of interior decorating because he's got a lot of things wrapped around the lights. But I do it too. We're all the same, man. We're all the same, Matt. Wait till you eat that shit, man. You better talk to me. I don't know I know you don't want to go online, so just call me. I called John, right? John been up here, guitar player. He's on the wall over there. But anyway, I called him not the last time, but probably the time before when I had Cambodians, and I called him up, and he happened to be, overseas. I don't remember exactly where he was, but he was near some Cambodians, and it was fantastic. And I talked to him for about 15 minutes, and then things started to shine, and I said, like, I'm not going to be saying, like, I gotta go, I gotta
Mhm.
go. But he's such a cool guy, that he was like, yeah, I get you. Talk to you after. And I watched, I don't know why, but I guess it's pretty perfect. When I was coming down and couldn't sleep, just just had a bunch of like starburst, like static, and couldn't sleep coming down. I watched Groundhog Day like 3 times.
Dude, okay, so check this. So one night, my buddy Carswell, that he's a guitarist, that we listen to his music.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
so that guy's crazy. I've done it for years, right? So one night we just kept on going back to his house, just like every like hour, go get more acid, dude. We ended up taking
yeah.
like fucking 10, 20 hits each that night, dude.
Yep.
We just kept on going back, and then like the next morning, I watched Lord of the Rings like fucking 5 times. I watched like all of them.
Yo, Bradley, whoop whoop. Yeah. That's so cool because it's your time period, right?
Yeah.
So like one of these weird weekends, like so much back in time, you know what I'm saying, like 1992 or whatever. So one of these weekends, I'd been high like maybe 3 times that week on acid. Now people need to understand you don't really trip again so much, within a
Yeah.
few days. You got to put space in between. This is one of the gifts. Like you won't become addicted because you can't. But at the end of the weekend, and I had fucking wild trips on Wednesday, Friday, but the end of the weekend is just Sunday. And I'm watching my black and white TV. And there was like Sunday, they have like the political local shows where they, rah, 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 and I'm in DC. So like the chat shows across the board, they're yelling at each other because these guys are all from different political parties. And that's the whole round table idea is just keep firing, but get somebody to be like, okay, now it's his turn, so that all the controversy can just live and never be resolved. The beauty of that kind of art form, right? I'm watching that, and all of a sudden, I just have my like half tab. Back up. That's all I have. This is Sunday morning from a really hard week and a really good time that I had out all weekend. And Sunday morning, I have a half tab. Drop that, and I start watching that news thing. They're debating. All of a sudden, I start being predictive. Like I can hear everything they say before they say it. Like I'm predictive. And I'm like, I can't watch this anymore because I know exactly what they're gonna say. It's like he's gonna say blah, 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 blah. Like I could follow every word before they ever said it. So I turned it off. I said I need some simple entertainment, and they did like Mr. Belvedere marathon on Sunday, just catching you up if you hadn't watched Mr. Belvedere for the past 3 weeks or whatever.
Right.
Man, I had a fantastic time. The best. The best. And, even my parents, were wondering why I was so of good humor, of nice. You know what I mean? Like, why are you so chill and nice? Because it wasn't
Well,
enough it wasn't enough to fractalize the world. It was just enough to elasticize. So I could just find my groove, man.
I'm gonna drive home. If you're up and if you're live, I'm gonna join again. If not, I'm gonna go live. And if you want to join, I'll be live. I'll give you the link.
Absolutely, man. Hey, no
I
more, no
still,
more drive-throughs. No more
all right.
drive-throughs. The
No,
fillet of fish is the highest calorie sandwich they have
leave it.
until you get to a triple. But next time you get a triple, get a steam bun and no condiments. Put a little extra salt on it, man. Trust me, that's the way to make McDonald's into a steak for a minute.
Yeah, yeah,
Smoke a bob.
yeah, yeah. All right, I'll hit you up here shortly.
Peace, bro.
All right, bye.
Thanks for coming in.
All righty.
Second timer. Play It's Up to Me and You by Agent Orange. Cheers, everybody. Brother Poppy, what do I have to do? Oh, the remove, eh? Remove function. Yeah, there we go. I'll be right back. There is a button, yes. Woo! Sorry about that delay. What else can I do? Ain't nothing in there, man. Shit. Not today. We can last forever. It's up to you. This could be something, really. This really could. Give yourself a hand. Cheers to you, William, man. Cheers to you. Play Lonely Christmas album by Sloppy Seconds.
Lonely Christmas by Sloppy Seconds on Amazon Music.
All right, I'll take it. Cheers. And all my friends are Christmas shopping. I'm gonna spend a lonely Christmas. Not cheap me out. I'm gonna spend a lonely Christmas. Miracle on 34th Street. Yo, off grid, man. Once upon a time in the West, brother. A lot of people think that Ennio Morricone is an Italian because he's in the spaghetti westerns, so to speak. He's not. He's an American. Ennio Morricone, the soundtrack creator, he's an American. Now, one of the great things that David Gregory got out of him from Severin Films was that every time they try to hire him for a soundtrack, what he tries to do is get a new guitar out of the deal. And, you know, any musician knows when you have a new guitar, it's kind of like it comes with its own 2-3 songs. Even if you go in the pawn shop and you pick up a guitar, you might learn 2 songs that the guitar gave to you. So Ennio Morricone, he's an American. He's not an Italian like people assume, you know. But yo, we are chilling off grid. We're doing good, man. Rolling up. Another spleef. Another spleef. But yeah, so I wanted to show you that. I mean, like I said, you know, I'm very prized to have the 2-disc beta, you know, or 2-tape beta version. But here you go. That's the 2 DVD version. Once Upon a Time in the West. You can see that big ass logo up there. And then again, you got your soundtrack, brother. Fantastic Dario Argento, brother. My guitar gently weeps. I had a song based on that. I can't remember what I did. I did a little play on those words. As my guitar gently rocks? I can't remember. I did something. I can't remember, dude. It was so long ago. I probably have it on cassette. Like I was really into Chopin, you know, chopping Chopin, right? So I wrote a song called Chopin Heads, Chopin Heads. So yeah, I think it was well, my guitar gently rocks or something. I did something with that, man. George Harrison, yeah, George Harrison did. Did he do Wonderwall? That's what I keep going to off grid about. I want him to see Wonderwall, the film. That was him, right? Yeah, Chopin Heads. I was Chopin Heads. Yeah, he became like one of my favorite composers for like 4 years. I like a lot of classical music too, man. But I like the bass lines, you know what I mean? Like, it's funny to be like an 80s radio DJ. You know what I like? I like the bass lines in Vivaldi. They got some of the killer bass lines in Vivaldi there. They go, bang, bada, bang, ba, bang, in the summertime. Cleopatra Jones, I found the world ain't how it looks, 'cause I learned it all from comic books. Oh no, I said it all before, but I want more. Play The Kids Are All Right by Sloppy Seconds. Never.
Here's The Kids Are All Right. This movie is available to
Nope,
rent in HD
didn't
for
work.
$3.79 with a 48-hour viewing period. Would you like to rent it now?
Play Human Waste by The Sloppy Seconds.
Here's what I found.
Nope, doesn't work either. Okay. In love, dressed in black, she can break my back. Play Zero Bar by Sloppy Seconds.
Here's what I found.
Doesn't work. Play Hooked album by Danny Thompson.
I couldn't find that on Amazon Music.
Play music by Jimmy Cross.
Here's some music by Jimmy Cross on Amazon Music.
You like Schubert? Yep. That's Jimmy. It's just Jimmy. You know Jimmy. Fool. I'd like to hear the song Nothing. Play Nothing by Jimmy Cross. Let's see if they get that.
I couldn't find nothing.
No, they
but
couldn't
here
find
is other
nothing.
music by Jimmy Cross.
Play Back at the Bottom by Jimmy Cross.
Back on the Bottom Again by Jimmy Cross on Amazon Music.
We get to play Brother Jimmy, the drummer, here right now. And I didn't know that this was an inside fairy chime. So now I've hung it up, man. I was waiting on my plant.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm doing just fine. Fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. It's been a while since I've been here.
You know that EMF album? It's called Schubert's Dip. Schubert's Dip. Schubert's Dip. That's a very good. Okay, let's listen to that. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, here we go. This is from Schubert's Dip. It's from Schubert's Dip. Play Girl of an Age by EMF. Let's see if they can do that.
Here's Girl of an Age by EMF.
Girl of an Age by EMF. It's from Schubert's Dip. A very, very good fucking record, actually. You know? Pop style. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, bum, bum. I got one for you, Terps. They always say use the backy container for the germination. This one is made with the pouches top, right? So popping a seed in there with a little bit of moisture, boom, you know? Because what's in there is the pouches, and they make a pouches top so that you don't just straight up litter them, you know. So, well, I'll take it. But you never seem to reach that far. I'll take it. But yeah, that little space would be really good, right? It isn't touched by anyone. I think a lot of people, they think of Bach, you know, Johann Sebastian Bach. They think of him as like the main bassline dude, you know what I mean? So not to be funny, but just be honest. Oh, you see, I'm never cold. I touch, but you never seem to reach that far. Each time I fall, you're the girl of an age. Yo, Bradley, off grid, what's up, brothers? Play What You Thinking About by Violent J.
What You Thinking About by Violent J.
Yo, this one's for Poppy Carl, man. This one's for Poppy Carl. Faggot ass pink mushroom, Mike. Randomly. Settle down, man. Settle down. Folks fly away in a mushroom field, randomly telling what's revealed. Killing my secrets because they're worth the meal, and the kingdom's over them hills. Let me go ahead and eat a few of these things. See if I can hang. What you thinking about? Mental only. What you thinking about? Everybody on the yellow brick jockey. Well, I'm just smelling real slow. What you think about? Everybody's got a friend like that. In fact, I hope you're okay. I hope his mama's doing good. You should call him. Maybe you should. I'm a ruler of everything. What you thinking about? I gotta have a little bit of puss to pull. You ain't no joke. All you really need to know. Come in all shapes and sizes. And if they only had one in the back when hitting dog, you could suck on that. What you thinking about? Dream and accomplishment. Oh, mint. What you thinking about? Who you did? Who? Where I'm from is cool. What you thinking about? And that's home. Come on. Thoughts fly away in a mushroom field, randomly telling what's revealed. Tell my secret because they're worth a meal. Fill my pockets because they're worth a meal, and the kingdom's over them hills. Shout out, Poppy. Get home, man. Get home. Thoughts fly away in a mushroom field. Play Human Waste by Sloppy Seconds.
Here are some results.
Nope, no results. Nope. Play The Graveyard by ICP. Let's see if they play The Graveyard.
By Project Born. And
Project Born, PJB, Frank Nitty. I was talking to it was Cloud Kicker, right? Cloud Kicker forgot about Project Born, and I was like, "Yeah, Graveyard, man, that one, you know." So I'm gonna be sharing those fair demos, like I really will soon. I'm gonna start with the. I'm gonna start with extras from More Beer, but I'm gonna go into that. And Project Born. To the motherfucking top. Nigga, that from Project Born and I can be a hero. Nigga, tripping in that graveyard. Bitch, don't try to play hard. It'll be your ass up on the block when I stop pulling cup, cause they'll be the barrier. That will be the carrier. And Project Born is going to put a bullet in your area. It's time to wet the dead sleeping and they boom. Couple lot of stuff and all that. What the hell with me, these folks? Cause I'll be doing, I'm dead and gone and all that fucking too no red. Mr. Nitty, 70 folks, 94 folks, to the head. Time be hard to get you there. Remember the middle put you there. Dead Pumpkins. So I think, right? Wasn't Dead Pumpkins their record? I don't remember. It was an EP. They got a psychopathic EP. They didn't get an LP, I don't think, Project Born. I could be wrong. I think it was the Dead Pumpkins EP. I could be wrong. Everybody loves this Shaggy verse. Thinking about the grass, selling all the stiffs to the dead body man. So then I began to run, following right behind. Everybody loves Shaggy doing that shit. Everybody loves Forgotten Freshness. Play Willy Bubba by ICP.
Here's Willy Bubba by Insane Clown Posse on Amazon Music.
What's up? Carl's at home, man. Carl's in comfortable territory, man.
Yeah, I got my own ass towel and everything. I don't have to use a communal ass towel now. I'm safe.
We're just trying to figure out the best way, man. I mean, this is not ideal, but we're trying to figure it out, you know, before everybody gets the ancient Rome disease and whatever. You know, we're trying our best, sir.
Dude,
we're trying our best.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that's how the Black Plague went down. It was like going ass to ass.
You ever see Caligula?
Oh God, yeah, with Michael McDowell.
Yeah, Malcolm McDowell. Yeah.
Malcolm McDowell.
So you remember his you know, everybody had syphilis and shit, and you know, he had his leader Longinus. I was gonna throw that up into my title yesterday with them Longinus, you know.
Got that Longinus. Huh.
So yeah, man, tell me this. So this dude, right? I mean, obviously he's got probably links back to the Golden Teacher and to the Mexican, you know, heads. He's making these fucking mushy, right? He's an actual like. See, they don't grow them, right? They cultivate, right? It's a different story. You can't grow a mushroom.
You cultivate it, I guess. Yeah.
He cultivates them. Yeah. How long's he been doing that?
That I don't know.
Because
I
that's
mean, I
one
was,
of the beauty parts of Maryland. The intelligence community and all the weirdos are there. Psychologists and fucking mind weirdos. So they be making the best fucking mushy. Because
I
they
mean,
need it.
yeah, I've been buying it for a couple of years now, at least 2 years now, and it's always. He said he's been using the same strain nonstop.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the
Well, they're
best one. They,
already blue. They're already blue. I saw them dried, cracker dry, and they're already blue like that. So they're not even bleeding blue. Like it's so fucking blue.
yeah.
That's how it actually happened, right? That's how the strains were dictated. What they were looking for was the sort of the attributes that caused the higher high.
Mhm.
And that's what we end up with, brother. One day, I'm just gonna send this one to Poppy Carl, man. I gotta watch it one more time.
What you got there? Here it's so dark I can't see it.
Well, if you look at the front, it's Milos.
Mm.
It's a Serbian film, man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's the proper one. Serbian film uncut right here. See?
Mm. Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, yeah,
Yep. So that's the one. Eventually, I gotta send it to you. You see?
yeah. Ugh.
Now, whoo! You
That
know
was a
how the kids die together. I think I told my kids, right? I didn't say watch it, but I told them. You know what I mean? Like that one bullet at the end and whatnot.
yeah.
But I would never have them watch it. It's the same as like I told them do not watch Vincent Gallo movies. But Buffalo 66 is one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah.
But the bad intentions, man. Everybody's like, "Oh, well, even the fucking road to hell is paved with good intentions." But if you literally choose bad
Mhm.
on earth, not trying to go to hell, but just choosing bad intentions anyway, it definitely makes an impact on the world. And this one, it's just called Holly.
Mm. Yeah, I've seen that one several times. But that one's different again, that one's pretty fucked up, but it's still artful and tasteful, like it's still like a movie. It's not a compilation and it's not fucking vomit and shit.
Yeah, but if I send you this one, man, you value in that it's handwritten.
Mm.
Even the name is written in pen, you see.
Oh hell yeah.
So the edition here is like limited to like 40 something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got no problem sending that to somebody who can deal with it instead of me because I can't sell shit.
Well, I wouldn't sell it. I'll keep something like that, obviously. Like that would go personal collection.
Well, that'd be cool, man. You know? Fuck, man. Off Grid is now connecting, or he's collecting the VHS. I'll tell you what, man. I'll send him the best, so that when he has the collection and people are like, "Let me see the VHS collection," they find out the best is in there. You know what I mean? I'll send him the best. I got no hesitation, man. I don't need to. All this shit is stuff I have to strap to my back and try to walk around with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't need any possessions like that.
And it accumulates over the years too, dude. Like where all of a sudden you're just like buried into your neck, with shit.
I've
You
done
know?
it since the 80s. I've done it since 86. I was 8 years old. I started at the, video store. I pre-ordered and I bought, music and stuff. So
Yeah.
I remember buying The Who Meaty Beady Big and Bouncy in 1986 at the video store. And it's got that Boris the Spider on it. And it was like really cool being a bass player where you hear the bass player take the lead for a minute or whatever. It's like a big deal for a stupid little kid. It's like when you listen to Al Yankovic as a little kid and you actually want to play music. You don't realize like he's making a joke of it or whatever.
Right.
You just want to be good, like you know what I mean. Like you just want to do well.
I think he was like on the top 20 like all the time, dude. With, like all his songs, he was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
like
yeah.
no
He
joke.
always knew how to continue to be relevant. That was the deal, you know.
Yeah,
Be in the top because top 40 meant that you're on the radio, right? They play those 40 songs. Top 40, that's what it was.
yeah.
So if you can get in 20 every time you drop a new one, you know, you're guaranteed to be put in there.
Yeah.
That's why I'll say that. I always say, Poppy Carl, I say I don't specialize in the 90s, right?
Mhm.
It's because of the radio shit. Now, I listen to a lot of 90s stuff, but it's independent, right? But the radio shit that everybody knows, you know, oh my gosh, the 90s was so much garbage, you know. It really was, you know.
Fucking Alanis Morissette, Natalie Imbruglia.
Natalie Imbruglia. Oh, there we go. That's one of my favorites. Play Pigeons and Crumbs by Natalie Imbruglia. There you go.
Pigeons and Crumbs by Natalie Imbruglia.
Well, let's play some Dido. No, I'm just kidding. That's the. Yo, Sean went on a beer run, bruh. Got some Natalie Imbruglia for you. No, it was just like, you know, the radio was not very interesting, right? You know. Played Tom's Diner by Suzanne Vega. You had to like
Diner by Suzanne Vega and
you had to like eventually be like, oh, I guess that song's okay. I've heard it for 3 weeks, you know. Such a hassle, you know.
Yep.
You have to pretend you like it, you know. Who likes Sheryl Crow? Nobody. You know what I mean? Like
I'm trying to think
eventually you're like,
I'm trying to think of something, but now you're right.
what's your favorite 90s music, man? Are you a Silverchair guy? Did you like King's X, Red Hot Chili Peppers, in the gay vein, or Megadeth?
No, I mean, oh, I guess like all kinds of stuff. Just like all the bigger bands you could think of. You know?
Which ones did you really, really like? I'm wondering. Hey, what's up, Dan? 9 Inch Nails. Okay, okay, okay.
I'm really just a radio guy. Never really like.
Did you like? I mean, okay. So, did you like stuff like, let's say, like White Zombie, or did you like? I mean, obviously, you didn't like Alanis Morissette. You say, you know. Did you
Well, I mean,
like
they played it on VH1 in the morning every fucking day.
Play
They,
Suddenly Monday by Melanie C?
like they made you like.
There's
You
Suddenly
know,
Monday by Melanie C. on Annabelle Music.
He liked Gigi Allen, 1992, right there. Black and Blue Records, dude. Black and Blue, they still have CDs of all that old shit, Dick Urine, you know, which Black and Blue comes out of Orange, which was David Peel before it was Gigi, if anybody knows, but they still have a bunch of CDs and good shit with Gigi Allen, bro, in the 90s. I played a show, the band that opened for us let me use his guitar, right? And he didn't care. They were going to the Murder Junkies. I thought Gigi was dead. He wasn't. So we played, and that band left, and I'm playing dude's guitar. He doesn't. I don't even know if I'll ever see him again, you know. But I was just gonna leave it up on the stage anyway. And it turns out that was the last time Gigi played in DC, and I had no clue. I thought he was dead already, brother. I'm sorry, man. When they said the Murder Junkies, I thought it was like Merle and somebody else. So I missed it and played the backstage because it was the summer of the Asylum, you know, and the Asylum guy was in love with me. I could book anywhere in his clubs. You know what I mean? Like just so we played like once a month because if another club wouldn't take us, I would be like, "Hey, Jimmy Asylum, yo, it's your friend," you know, and he'd let us play. So there's these, and they used to do like those banner things where they would do the whole month and they'd write all the bands, and you'd see my band like 4 times. And we were horrible all the time, We were horrible all the time. But we have that history on paper, bro. Because we literally were a drunk thing. Like, we got drunk and it was illegal because we were kids and we would just get drunk and show up and be a fucking disaster, It was alco cinema out there. But we were illegal as fuck. So in the 90s, you said you like typical stuff. Let's see. Play Seether by Veruca Salt.
Seether by Veruca Salt on Amazon Music.
You mean like that? Because that's what I call typical 90s stuff, and I'm not really a big fan.
Well, I never really like searched out music, dude. To be honest with you, like, I'm not big on music. It's like whatever the radio plays, dude.
You know who was good? Weezer was good, right? Play My Name is Jonas by Weezer. See, that was a good band in the 90s.
My Name is Jonas by Weezer on Amazon Music.
Did
It's
you
like
like
people want
this?
to talk about fucking, Game of Thrones or something. I just don't watch TV. Like I just
I'm
don't watch
totally
TV.
messing with you. Hey, Matt. I couldn't even
But
hear you. I'm totally messing with you. I was just being a blowhard host, man. Is that Buffalo Trump? Yeah, that is Rambo Trump, man. I got my hash pie. That is Rambo Trump, man. He's all built.
yeah.
He's built like a Stallone, like Frankie Stallone.
Hmm.
So you actually you got Trump back in office, and you don't feel the same way as before, eh? Why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
like for one, uh, the way he like victim blamed Zelensky until like called a ceasefire or giving up land and shit. It's like he's like rallying on this. I'm going to tell Putin what to do. I'm going to end this war instantly, and then he victim blames fucking Ukraine. Tries to get him back out.
Oh, when he
When
was on, before he was literally elected, he said he would do it before he was like sworn in. He said,
yeah,
"I'll end it with, Puto
yeah,
before it ever happens." That's what he said.
like
But like
11% or something like that.
that
Yeah,
ain't even. That ain't even. That didn't happen.
and then you're gonna sit there and victim blame like somebody who has like, what the Russians are doing in Ukraine, dude, is called genocide. Like, have you seen the videos, like unedited videos of that shit, dude, of the war? Like, dude, they're fucking each other up, homie. Like, it's
Well,
bad.
that's why you're here, man. No, I didn't see them. Tell people about them. I don't know what's news and what's fucking propaganda right now, but if you can help us and lead us, tell us where to go.
So you go
That's
to
why
like the
you're here.
YNC dot. So you go to like the YNC.com, and it'll show you like unedited like drone footage of the war going on over there, and it's fucking crazy, dude. Like fucking gnarly.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody likes an apologist, man. Nobody likes a fucking tuck tail.
I'm fucking scared of Putin, bro. Just every other president ever, they're scared of fucking Putin, bro. They're scared of the fucking.
Dude.
But
Okay. So what? I mean, he's like, it's almost like a fucking McMahon or something. So
yeah,
he's all jacked up or whatever. He's also like 82 fucking years old. Like, he's gonna fucking just fall over. Like, go knock him fucking over. Like, let's start that process now. Start giving the guy a couple of jabs. He's an old fucking man. We can break him down, bro.
yeah.
Wouldn't you? If you
I would.
had half the chance, wouldn't you knock him down and just bring him halfway and say, "Come back again, old man. Come back again." Oh, wait. Stop killing all the kids. You know, like that's what they just said. They just literally said, "Hey, you know what's killing all the kids? You know, by the numbers." You know what I mean? Shit. Israel was the answer, but you know,
Gaza. That's what I was thinking, dude. Like I
Israel
saw a
was
video.
the answer
I saw a
to
video like the other day of Gaza,
that.
bro. It's like it looks like hell, dude. Like literally, like it's fucking crazy looking, bro. Like it looks like what you got to
It
go through
ain't
in
a
Lord of the
brain
Rings.
fungus, man. It ain't a brain fungus. It's fucking politics and religion.
That's how like so everybody thinks that like you know the fucking time zones. They think that they're perfectly fucking like layered out. You know, every like 20 degrees, 15 degrees. They're not. They go by like religion and they go by state and they go by politics. Like they do this number all the way down. Uh, it's not like a fucking globe. It's not fucking longitude and latitude. The time zones they go along borders because like
Right.
some people don't even want to share a fucking time zone with somebody. Look at Palestine and Israel. You know.
That's what I said. We never called it Pulaski Park. We always called it Freedom Plaza. I don't know why they hated the Polskas, but guess what? They did. Like, I know they did. There's no way for me to be around that except to figure out why. I know they had a problem because we never could say it. It's like, you know, distasteful to the mouth to say so. So I got to figure out why. I already know that there's a fucking agenda behind it. I know that.
Well, it's kind of like the
The Russians eating each other, man.
But yeah, I was trying to tell Gutrock that one night. Like we were talking about like I forgot what we were talking about. But I mentioned something about how like we were talking about time zones, and I was like, yeah, like I mentioned how like everybody thinks that they're fucking like lines of longitude or latitude. You know, like they think that they're just fucking perfectly straight down. Yeah, they're not. They fucking
And
zigzag through.
non-political. Yeah.
Yeah, like even the states, they go on state lines. You know, or some of them halfway through states.
What I mean, look, if it was just slices of Earth, duh, then they wouldn't
Yeah,
have transitional ones. You know what I mean? And they do have transitional ones. Like right now, Danny Thompson and I, yeah, he's in Indiana. You know, we're on the Eastern Standard right now, but his people a little bit, you know, further west or whatever, they have another Eastern that flips over, as you know, the PST Pacific time over there in Arizona that flips over from, you know what I mean? So yeah, nothing is linear. This timeline isn't even linear. Yeah. And also, we follow a certain calendar and we follow the daylight savings time. And, you know, sometimes it gets bumped a little bit different. If an hour changes, a year changes. You know what I'm saying? And we got all these big little kids, like my daughter, who's 12
yeah.
and is a big fucking monster, you know?
Yeah,
But
so talking
whatever.
about like the fucking calendars, do you like not the entire world's on the same date, like on the same year?
Yeah. So we're dealing with a lot of moon shit, right? Recently,
Mhm.
with Eid. Eid came up and the Lunar New Year and all this.
Yeah,
Well, so the moon calendar doesn't change as much. So actually, the Hindus and Hindis, you know, that follow that moon calendar, they're on more of a stable thing. It's basically arbitrary too, but it has a start and an end point that's still more measured, more consistent.
Minnie
Like when
Manson.
it's my wife's birthday, you know, I know that right around there will be these other events. You know what I mean? Because she's a uh, oh, I'm trying to get the. I don't want to say it wrong. It's September, October, September, November. Yeah, September. Fuck, dude. This is my where my dyslexia comes in, but it's somewhere at the birth of, you know, like the Mother Mary and shit like that. It's like always the same time, you know. You're a space nerd. You're an astrophile. Burp. He's an astrophile. He's into the far reaches. Play The Queen of Outer Space by Sloppy Seconds. Maybe.
Here are some results.
Nope. Play The Queen of Outer Space by Sloppy Seconds.
Here's Queen of
Play More Trouble Than They're Worth album by Sloppy Seconds. You piece of fucking
Here are some
shit.
results.
Play More Trouble Than They're Worth album by Sloppy Seconds. Piece of fucking.
More Trouble Than They're Worth by Sloppy Seconds on Amazon Music.
Queen of Outer Space. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sean has seen UFOs. I gotta turn it down. I'll be right back. Do not rude, do not warn, do not race way out.
Sounds like some fucking like Indian fucking like traditional wedding dance music.
Traditional wedding what?
Like so like Indian like fucking like Pakistani traditional like wedding day like some shit that they play in like fucking Bangkok is some kind of like fucking kickboxing bar or some shit, dude.
I wonder, yeah. I wonder what the wedding march is for the Pakistanis.
Uh, yeah, dude.
We made some like leftover meatballs that were in the freezer, right? And they were already like called like Italian seasoned meatballs, but they don't have any sauce, right? So we cooked them up. And yesterday when I cooked them up, I thought about wedding soups because wedding soups always have like a chicken and a land animal at the same time, you know?
Okay.
They have it in Africa, they have it in Italy, they have it in France, they have it everywhere.
Well, chicken's a land animal.
Yeah, they mix them up, man.
Chickens don't fly. They're land animals.
What, chickens? Well, I know they don't fly, but they are also foul.
Yeah, they're a bird, I guess. Yeah.
They're not even food, you know, they're foul. No, I'm just kidding. No. I understand that they're a land animal too. I'm just saying they make a mix, you know. Chicken of the sea, yeah, no, that isn't a wedding thing. No. But a wedding soup is actually like, you know, a lamb, a beef, or whatever, like a fucking cattle guy and a chicken or a turkey or whatever. You know what I mean? Like one of
I was
those.
gonna just use the meatballs, so they put it in with a thing of like fucking Prego or whatever it is, fucking Prego or like the marinara, like the fucking spaghetti sauce, you know?
Yeah.
And then just fucking let it simmer for a while. Then fucking like some noodles or whatever, or some raviolis, probably some noodles.
Well, the normal Italian like meatball, it's like a couple of animals, right? So it's beef, it's which beef, pork, and then it's also like usually beef also includes like what do you call those things? A calf, like a little guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so those are mixed up already. You know, a marinara is obviously that's a tomato sauce. But the other thing that you do, you know,
You're talking about veal?
yeah, veal is like a lot of times in the meatball and in the stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Veal cutlets was one of my favorite things. My grandmother would use like the whole grain bread crumbs and make veal cutlets and fry them up. Man, that shit was fantastic.
Yeah.
And then they make broccoli rabe, right? Which is like a green. And now that's considered like expensive shit or whatever. But they made it because it was cheap shit. You know what I'm saying? It's so funny, man. Some broccoli rabe, some green, you know?
Huh.
How about them Palestinians? You know, I'm just pro enthusiasm. I'm always pro Hamas. I'm pro enthusiasm. I'm always pro Hamas. Don't fuck with us. But I'm not a political person, man. I'm not in the culture war. This man's still eating Lenten, you know. He's like a saint among people here.
Uh,
Where's your bong, Saint? What are we smoking, man?
I got a cigarette and a pipe.
Right on.
What are you smoking on?
I have a sculpture. I've already showed Poppy Carl, but I have a sculpture of a stiletto. You know, it's just a sculpture, but man, it's sharp. Yeah, but culture wars are forever. You know, everybody likes, you know, they like the good guys or the guys who are successful right now. Culture wars are forever. I feel like a fucking rube to fall into it and find a side, you know? I feel like I fell for it. Fool me
Oh,
into my own idea. Make me think it's my own idea, you know?
watching Minnie Manson.
Yeah, what about it?
He right?
What?
It's he right?
Yeah, it's he, Andrew Paul Roach, legally.
Uh, he puts in a lot of effort just to fucking make a karaoke song. Like all that fucking makeup and all the lights and the
He
whole
sure
show.
does.
It's a lot.
And he has to live on the stage, you know?
Yeah.
He also goes out to the clubs and do those things. You just see this shit?
I wanted to see Heartbreaker by fucking or Bartender or what is it? You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker.
Heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, don't you mess around with me. Like Pat Benatar. Pat
Yeah.
Benatar.
I want to see it. Yes, that'd be
You
fire.
want him to do that song?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, man. Let's see if he'll do it now. No, I mean you're on a one by one, but shit, we'll see if he can do it.
I think I was looking at it. There was one that I watched the other day. I was like, that's a good one. Wild.
You found some more Joe cards? Oh boy, I bet I noticed one or two of those growing up, you know. I haven't thought about it in a long time about Garbage Pail Kids, but I probably noticed Joe's as I was growing up, if you know what I mean, you know, because they're related and what. Heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, don't you mess around with me. Play Hell is for Children by Pat Benatar.
Here's Hell is for Children by Pat Benatar.
There you go.
Amazon Music.
This is one of those like singles that was the B side of a 45 that I grew up with. Hell is for Children by Pat Benatar. Yay, what a wonderful young life listening and spinning. Our guest tonight, not good Dan, is Poppy Carl. That is Matt. Introduce yourself, Matt. Talk to him.
Where is that?
So, not
Like
only
beer.
was this song like just terrifying and something that I had in my own hand, you know, as a Pat Benatar song, but they also made it like a campaign for like missing kids, you know. Hell is for Children, and they play this, and it's like I can't even escape, you know, this like hellscape that's in my mind. Don't go anywhere, people. If you leave your house, you're definitely a target.
Cool.
Hell yeah, man. What are you drinking? IPA?
Yeah, the Voodoo Ranger.
Oh, I had that one. Yup. Awesome. Cheers, Matt. Yeah, introduce yourself, man. I will shut up. I'm sorry. You still didn't get to do that. So we got Poppy Carl, Matt, and he's going to introduce himself.
I'm known to be wise, smart, kind, handsome, intelligent. But yeah, I remain a true gentleman through and through. Okay, a humble person. Even though I look like Russell Crowe, fat old Russell Crowe, but still Russell Crowe. Okay. Uh, the fat lady that was cutting, she was a giant, like giant woman that was cutting my hair. She said I look like Russell Crowe. She told me I had a man bun and all. I took her word for it. And then I'm
He
here.
had a man bun.
Then I'm here. Uh, most humble person that ever was.
Is he the most? No, I think that's Frankie O'Banion. That's what he tells me. I don't know. I'm so scared and confused, and I lost the script many years ago, man. My only comfort in life is the fact that I still have all my 2 Live crew, so I really don't care, you know.
You just like your T-Live crew collection.
Yep. Even if they
Uh,
lock me up, man, I'm gonna be like spinning 2 Live crew records all the way. I'll just be spinning them with my finger, no electricity.
yeah.
I just, all the way, all the way. It's like one of my favorite Dice things. Everybody says, "What's your favorite?" My favorite is "Little Boy Blue." He needed the money. That was my favorite. Please
It's
stop.
like fucking apocalypse. It's like Walking Dead, and I'm going through like the fucking woods. All of a sudden, I hear like Kid and Play, fucking
Please
playing through
stop.
the fucking woods. And I come up and you got like the fucking, you're over there like scratching some Kid and Play.
Please stop. It's still talking. Please stop. Turn off.
Yell louder.
Play
It'll
music by
eventually.
Jimmy Cross. Watch. I'll just press pause. It'll be easy.
There you go.
Right. I'm sorry, Ben, but that made me feel it. 2 Live crew. Yeah. No, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. I mean, they'll take me away forever, right?
You heard of the
What
band
gives
Compliments? They got that chick singing.
what gives you comfort? What gives you comfort?
Probably mashed potatoes.
That's
They,
not bad. That's a good answer.
probably mashed potatoes.
Um, they ran into that thought in what Blair Witch Project, just being lost for like a week and a half. They were like, "Where's my mashed potatoes?" That was a big deal. Remember?
Yeah. Either that or my Will Smith CD.
Will Smith, you miss Will Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or my Will Smith CD.
What about DJ Jazzy Jeff? Like, do you miss jazz or is it all
um,
Will Smith? Like, does it matter?
no, I think it's post just the two of us. Yeah, post just the two. It's like more like the Men in Black too. Soundtrack.
Well, I mean, you're sure it wasn't the Wild Wild West that originally grabbed you by the balls?
Yeah, well, that's my singer favorite. I forgot about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, because my
So,
father, he used to watch that Wild Wild West, like the real TV show,
yeah.
and I watched it too. And I was like, I was a little kid, and I was like, dude, I think I saw titties, And I was a little kid. I thought I saw titties on that show. Maybe I didn't,
Damn.
but it had an impact to me. Maybe I was just looking at his magazines after I saw the show. I don't remember. But it was pretty enticing.
No,
And
man.
not everybody knew. like, if somebody else and they'd be like, "What'd you see on Sunday?" and I say the Wild Wild West, they were like, "Oh, I never heard of that." It was
Mhm.
pretty cool too.
The Will Smith one or the TV show?
The TV show, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a pretty rough show. My dad was into rough stuff.
Dude, there's
Sorry,
this
he
bar
was a
down the
rugged
road.
man. I mean, he was a rugged man.
Bro, there's this fucking bar down the road that I go to. Like, it's like a fucking shithole bar. I think it's like the fucking head fucking place for the banditos or some shit. Like, it's like a biker bar. There's only like two guys there. They're like old dudes, like all day long. It's just they sell liquor. I mean, you can get a mixed drink if you want, I guess, but it's just like beer.
Hey, let me get a picture of fucking vodka here. Let's go.
And all they watch on TV in the morning is fucking Perry Mason.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's funny. That's funny, dude. Ah, court shows and shit. That's so funny.
That's all they watch, fucking Perry Mason all day. At night, they'll put on like a game or whatever. If there's like a game going on. Like
Yeah.
I think Houston Rockets or something are in the finals or something. I don't know. Like I think they said something about it on the radio. Like we're in the finals or something, and so people are like watching it. I guess.
I mean, in Texas, you probably never heard of a Don Pablo's, but that's like one of these like restaurant things.
Never heard of it.
Anyway, there was one like, we had like a big main road, and then we were on one of the side roads. So where they converged, there was a lot of businesses, 7-Eleven, all those things on this side, Kmart and all that. Over here, there was one of those places. So it was one of the few bars that I would go to because it was a Mexican restaurant, essentially.
Yeah.
But nobody really respected the fact that they had a standalone bar. So I
Mm-hmm.
would go in there, man. I fucking watched the news all the time. Like, I didn't have cable or anything at home. You know what I mean? So I would go to this bar, drink, and watch the news with like, well, it isn't always 100% accurate, but since it was a bar, they weren't playing the sound, so it was always like a CC ticker, a
The
closed
bars that I
caption
go
ticker.
to, like I won't go to like a fucking uh, like what's that one where the girls are fucking in bikinis? The
Oh,
steakhouse.
Hooters.
Well, not here. There's another one. Like where they wear like tiny, like fucking like their nightgowns and shit.
Yeah, I don't know that one. You guys have
Okay.
different stuff. Yeah, you guys have different stuff.
So I'm not gonna. So if it's weird to go there, or like a family place, like TGI fucking Fridays, you know, you don't go there. Like if it's weird that you go there and you drink alone,
Right.
you probably don't want to go there and drink alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if like everybody there is drinking and they're just by themselves, then fuck it, dude, just drink by yourself at the bar.
It's always, yeah, the best bar is like an old man bar where nobody's bothering each other. They all pretend like they're not there. It's
Yeah.
almost like going to a fucking, porno booth or something. Like nobody
Yeah.
sees each other.
It's like a warehouse. It's just like a whack off warehouse. Like you don't want to make eye contact with anybody.
Yeah.
You don't want to
Yeah,
crack
so Lori Petty, Lori Petty. Apparently, she grew up in Ohio, and it was a fucking shit show and everything. So she wrote a movie about it, and so they have one of these daytime bars, and it's kind of about herself because at home they do like they hustle like it's like poker games and shit like that. So at
Mhm.
the bar, she's one of those people who goes during the day, and the bartender's enough to be like, "Oh, I know your mom. Try to live on the cherries or whatever." But David Allen Greer, who's a fantastic actor anyway, he's sitting at the bar. She opens the door, she doesn't close it, and it's in the morning, so like that bright white light is coming on him, and he says, "Oh, white girl, close the door." It's like 8 o'clock in the morning. He's been there since 6.
Right.
White girl, white girl.
I
I
think
feel
I think
that
the bar,
shit,
I think
bro.
the bar opens at like 9 o'clock in the morning, but I don't think they can sell alcohol until like, or they open at like 8, but I don't think they can sell until like 10.
Right?
I'm motherfucking like I'll go there at like 10. Like I was like a day off, just fucking bored as fuck. Woke up at like 5 o'clock and just have nothing to do, so
Right.
I'll go. Like
Right.
just make a whole day of just fucking drinking at the bar, hanging out, and motherfuckers be drinking coffee, dog. when I roll up. They're like,
Yeah.
fucking, it's like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, see, that's the thing. I have no interest in drinking when the sun's out. Like, I can see everything. I'm really happy. You know, the sun is totally different. I don't drink when the sun's out. If I do, I'm like, man, I wish this was non-alcoholic so I could have two more because I don't want to get, you know, sort of a, I don't want to get sunstruck. I don't want to deal with this, you know. I don't like drinking out there, you know. I like the dark.
So I don't like fucking hang again. So I don't like that. Like, for instance, like those mushrooms, right? Just fucking take them, and it is what it is. You know, just okay. You're not going to die, right? But like I
Right,
see my boys do these fucking of blow, dude, that are like the size of fucking pencils. You know, and it's like holy shit.
right.
And I was be doing like little bumps throughout the entire night. You know.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they're
yeah.
like, bro, no, fuck that, dude. Like, get blasted, and it's like leaves, like it goes away like 20 minutes. But then I'm all geeked out like all fucking night into the next day, you know. And they're like, yeah,
I
you're
would
doing it
never
wrong.
do that, man. I mean, I got like as far as a stimulant or whatever, like
Well, I'm talking
literally,
about as an example, you
if you
know.
call it a like a 2.5 lines or whatever a night, that's it. I won't do it, and I won't do it for another 2 days. I'll spread it out. You know, like how people like with meth problems, right? I mean, you can
Yeah,
use meth,
yeah,
but if you use it tomorrow, you know that's not a good start. If
yeah.
you put 2 days in between as a general rule, you
Mm,
won't even care to do it every 10 days. Nobody's interested in doing it every 10 days. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It's too fucking much.
yeah.
So we
If
can
I,
live
let's say
decades
I'm off,
longer.
let's say you're like I'm off for the day, dude. I'll just get fucking barred out and play fucking video games all day, you know. Like
Yeah,
fuck it. I mean, I'm prescribed it, so I just fucking double up on it, play video games
right.
all day.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yep. We got my 11 likes, man. My usual top.
Is that what you usually get? 11?
No, I usually get 4, 6, but 11 is your usual top.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
here.
care about it. It's just an interesting thing. 11's been a thing for a long time, man. Like a
I'm
year
here.
ago, you know, I made a deal about my birthday. I did it for a few days and then I went into 420. Now it's the same time period right now. I'm not using it the same way, but at that time, I guess, you know, I had like a big growth spurt.
Mm.
And so that's not what I'm about right now. I'm trying about maintenance, you know. I can't turn on subs only when I have a guest, and that's why it's not on like that right now. But it would be. And really, Tuesday or Wednesday or whenever it be, I might need somebody's help as far as like a mod because I might not be able to see what comes, you know?
Ugh, man, if you do it, I need to do it, and I think together we can figure it out.
I can't wait until you eat yours, but you know, or at least your first.
Ugh. I think I got about the same amount left because I had it. I sold some to somebody else, and then you, and then what I had left over. I think it's about the same.
Right. What are you going to do, man?
I don't know.
Why don't you
I
go
mean,
eat 2.8 grams right now? Just
oh, fuck that.
you're home. You're home. You've already been fed. You ate a couple of yeah, you ate the other people's food. You already shit that out. You ate a couple of fish sandwiches. It's time to go. Like 2.8 grams. Let's go. Chew them
Dude,
up.
like if you would have said that, and if you were like, if you would be like if you would have said that like 2 hours ago, and you would have been like, hey, I'll be hanging out all night, I'll be like, yeah, fine.
No, I'll stay up. I'll stay up. Do it. You're on my channel.
Too
You're on
late
my
now.
channel. Do it.
Oh fuck that! I can't do it now, dude. I
You
can't do it.
can. Why not?
Like
What's the difference? Where are you going tomorrow? Sunday.
with the church, you don't
No, you're
like.
not going to church.
Not if I take mushrooms.
No, you're not going to church. I'll bless you. Go eat 2.8. Don't eat 3. Just go eat 2.8.
I'm not eating
Just a
2.8.
little bit of a tingle in your dingle.
I'm not
Just a
doing
little
that. I
bit.
ain't
Just
got
make the
shit.
tip twitch a little bit. Just go eat 2.8. Come on, let's go.
I really gonna get some fucking.
Come on, man. I'm not going anywhere. You said if I told you 20 minutes ago and I gave you 3 hours, I'm giving you 3 hours now.
I can't do it now. Dude.
You can.
I
You
can't.
can.
I'll
You're
wait
not
for you.
going to church
Wait.
tomorrow, man. You're not going to church.
That's the plan. That's the plan. I gotta go fishing too. I'm gonna go fishing.
Are you hungry? You're not hungry.
Hungry. I'm fucking full, dude. They wouldn't even work probably anyways. Fucking full. Oh
Oh, they
shit.
work. You know why? They don't really care about your fucking stomach. They go to your brain. Eat them.
Ugh.
My stupid friend, man, he tries to eat his way around them and he still gets knocked out and starts crying and blubbering about how he loves everybody. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I'll wait for you on Tuesday or whenever you get them and you take them. I'll take them. I
Okay,
promise.
okay. Well, no, then I don't have anybody to help with the fucking comments.
All right. Well, I'm off tomorrow. I'll take it tomorrow. How about that?
It's the most what of holidays? Oh, it's the
Mm.
most holiest. Well, I mean, it's rebirth, right? It's the birth of the son, not the father, not the mother, not the gestation, but the birth, right? So everything is all death. It's the death of the man, and then the winter time comes, and don't blow away all your leaves because they need to insulate the womb of the earth for the birth, the rebirth again of the son. And you know what? There is no father without son, because chicken and egg. This son is the guy who grows himself up to be our leader, our love, and our help. He's the hero. He has to be born every fucking time now.
I'm talking shit online.
You fucking, I don't know. Big shit. Oh no. Oh no.
Dude, I can't
Oh
stand
no.
this fucking fat bitch. This woman is. Yeah, well, it makes it worse because she's fat, but she's fucking weird about it. She's like, yeah, I don't like that chick. And I simply said, all I said, and this is true. This is true. I really do wonder this. How
Yo,
many? Yeah, what's up?
yo, Poppy, I gotta I'm working on this washing machine over here. So give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back. I have to have my friend or my son help me, move it and shit.
I'll entertain the people.
Right back. Right back.
So all I said, like trying to figure things out, trying to so everybody's on the same page. How many of her chromosomes got fucked up whenever she was being shaken as a baby? And then all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. You know what I mean? Well, it's a legit. It's I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Hello.
Always there, just trying to help. Get treated like an asshole. I used a bidet today twice. Like I used it and I had it re-rinsed. I'm home. Yeah. You always got to re. I mean, I didn't trust it. There was no towel to dry. And if there was, I mean, there should have been like a whole rack of towels, but there's no towel. Not even one towel. Not even like a communal ass towel. No towels for this bidet. You just had to either use toilet paper or you just had to pull the drawers up. I just pulled the drawers up, and then I went and I double checked with the re-rinse a little bit later. And then I got home and I checked with my own personal ass. Well, now I have an ass towel. Before I didn't have an ass towel. Now I got an ass
Nice.
towel. So, yeah. And it was clear. It was clear. I was, mission successful. I thought a bidet was a day bed. Like my cousin, whenever his girl, like his wife was pregnant, she had this like a little bed in the living room, like under this fucking window, where she goes like sleep in this little day bed. That's what I thought. That's what I thought a bidet was. I found out what a bidet was today when I saw a water hose by a commode. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Move all three right back to start it up. Yo, Carl,
What's up?
I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what you did. You said you'd take it over, and I trust you. You know.
Yeah, I was telling the people about how I learned what a bidet was today.
Cool.
I thought it was a day bed. Like, cause like my cousin, whenever his old lady was pregnant, she had like a little day bed in the living room underneath the window, so she gets some like sun and some like take a nap during the day.
Yeah.
I thought that was a bidet, day bed.
Right.
Nah, I thought it was like, dude, there
Oh,
was a water hose next to the commode, and I didn't know what it was called. I thought it was sus, but I used it because what else is it
right.
be used for? Except washing your ass. So I washed my ass with it, and then I had to do a re-rinse.
Bidet, bidet, bidet.
Well, then what's a day bed called? A day bed?
A day bed is what an adolescent uses, like a little girl. I hate to say this, but day beds are really, really, really where that's when you really get your action.
Mm.
That's the girls' part of their life where you really, really get that action. So a bidet is like it's bidet. It's a French word. It's a separate commode that sprays your ass. You know what I mean? But
No,
again,
it had like a brass water hose. It had like a brass handle, like a fucking like squirter thing, dude.
well, yeah, because they build them into your toilet tank or whatever. They make them more convenient.
And that fucker had some
Since I
pressure
had to
too,
do the
dude.
wash, I'm just gonna share this hobo right here.
I think he had some back pressure to it too, dude. I was like, damn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, those are different things, but hey, crazy world. Thank you,
Huh.
son. I know you did. Yeah, he's telling me that he put it in so I can kick the dryer on. I'll be right back. The wash, man. The wash never ends. All right, I'll be right back, Poppy Carl. If you choose to hang, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've been washing all the time too. Shit sucks. It is what it is, though. Gotta have clean drawers. Gotta have clean drawers. Yeah, I remember when I was living down the road for a little while. I was going to this little cafeteria, and there was a panty bandit. They were saying, and he was thinking like men's draws too. Like there were just all these draws, and like they had like a fucking sign. It's like, watch out for a fucking panty bandit. That's what they call the guy. I don't think they ever found out who he was. I never had no draws missing. Thank God.
Yo, I'll tell you what, Poppy Carl.
Tell me. I'm telling the people about the missing draws at the washateria.
Well, I'm sorry to waste your time, man. I
That's
was
cool.
gonna show you, So we were talking about this. So here's a Faces of Death collection. It's very easy now to get. You can go into a Walmart and get Faces of Death.
Really?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So I definitely have the John Allen Schwartz book. This is like basically a box set. You can kind of get that now.
Okay.
Anyway, what I wanted to show you is again there was all those different things like traces of death. Like I told you, that had a different philosophy where it was all true.
Yeah.
But here's one very blatant ripoff: Death Faces.
Okay.
So
Very
shit like that definitely happened. Death Faces, man.
yeah.
But yeah, there you go, man. That's that history of that shock stuff. You guys
Yeah.
should read the book. The Herman Slater book will tell you about all of that stuff.
I mean, of course, out of this curiosity, people watch the shit, and so
Right,
do I, you know. But I mean, again, comparing it to something like a Serbian film, it's not even
right,
comparable. Like we're talking
right,
about actual art. Like it's kind of like what's Lucifer Valentine does, bro. He does. It's basically scat porn. Like how? I mean, the fuck. All it is bitches throwing up. That's all it is.
Well, I mean, that's what it remains to be. I mean, I just have to say, it's all about philosophy, right?
Mhm.
Because the In Decline, It's Worse Than You Think production here, right?
Yeah.
It's it's the same guys who did Bum Fights, but there's a
Okay.
different philosophy between one and the other. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well,
So
I
there's
mean,
something
that
that's
was a
being
different time.
presented here, which is, hey, we got to take care of the community. This one here is more of an exploitation, but they were just kids. They were just getting their feet wet.
So yeah. So the word exploitation to me, it should be held for something like that right there. Like when you actually exploit people, with like this shockateria, shockumentary type shit.
Sure,
Uh,
sure,
right. Whereas like other people use that word, it's just like anything that's like grotesque from like the '60s and '50s, '70s. You know.
sure.
Where to me, it's like it should be for shock gore.
Yeah, like Mondo and further, because Mondo was like in the 60s. Jacopetti, like the Italian guys, 67, they
Yeah.
were already doing that. Now,
Right.
so was Elvis. You know what I'm saying? Like you said about like my 14-year-old girl and whatever. In
Yeah.
1967, Elvis was also doing that. He was exploiting the exploitation genre of life.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a
And
different.
that's some of the best shit. Like
Yeah.
exploitation is film anyway. When you film something, it is exploitation. And I'm not trying to be, like you
Yeah.
said, I'm not trying to be like overly apologetic or whatever, but there is an exploitation level to filming something.
Yeah.
Like the Girls Gone Wild aspect. When you come to
Yeah.
people with a camera and they start jumping up, they're like, I want to be on camera.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
ooh,
So
look at
okay. So
me.
yeah. So
Look
to
at
me,
me.
that versus Last House on the Left.
Right,
I
right,
mean,
right, right. Yep.
that's a exploitation film. They put it like if you look it up, they usually put it in that list. That and then
Because it's stalking. And like
yeah,
stalking is very scary. Like they made a bunch of those Italian films and they're fucking scary. Like a stalking
yeah.
film where they're coming around your house and they see you in your lingerie and they're coming. And what are you going to do? There's no end.
It's kind of like Dario Argento type
Yes.
film.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The Dario Argento, Lucio Fulci style of film is,
Yeah.
there's a fire poker over there.
What's
It's
the
been
one that's
sitting
really
there all
that
day.
scene?
It's been sitting there for months. But
Hey,
you and I are here in the room with the fire poker. I might
yeah,
kill you with it. Just wait. I might kill you with it any minute. That's what a Dario Argento Lucio Fulci film is.
yeah. What's the movie that has the fucking banjo battle in it, where he's like squeal like a pig? It's shot in, like Tennessee or whatever. What the fuck was that?
Deliverance.
Deliverance. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
under the
one of my
same thing.
dad's. That's his era. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
his era.
that's the same thing. Like they put that under exploitation, but it's just not to me personally.
Right. Right.
Like to me, when you actually exploit somebody, like Girls Got Wild, like they're exploiting those girls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did I hear this fat chick that fucking catfished me on? who knows what website or app, back in the day. It's probably
Right.
Plenty of Fish. Like, she showed me pictures of her like when she was like a lot skinnier and younger and just a lot better shape. And
Right.
then when we showed up, she was like fucking just huge, and she tried to blame it on her fucking birth control or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyways,
Depo Provera or whatever. Man, I can
but
make any girl excuse you've ever heard because I
yeah,
dated all of them. I dated
but
every
she was like,
excuse that ever was
she's,
there. If they
yeah,
liked me, something was wrong with them anyway. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So I've dated
yeah.
every excuse you've ever met. Oh, I got Depo Provera. You know what? My mama, she was born in Cambria or whatever. They make everything up. I've dated every excuse you've ever met. You know?
Dude, she got out of her truck, bro, and like the suspension like had it settled, dude. Like she was that. Dude, she only wear
It
moo-moos.
hadn't settled. It's like a house. It takes time for the
Basically,
suspension to settle
bro,
down, you know.
she could
Don't
only
mess
wear
with my
moo-moos.
uncle, please, you know. What's up, Sahir?
She could only wear moo-moos. She couldn't wear like human clothes on me.
Yeah, yeah.
And so like on her like the very first night, dude, we're just driving around because I don't want to take her in public anywhere. And she was like,
Sikander. We were talking about you sending the beautiful clothing to SGP and how, the airport had to cut it up, you know what I mean? But anyway, take it away, Carl. I'm sorry. He said, hello, Poppy.
she ended up giving me a suck the first night, right? So I dropped her off at her truck. Well, the next night we hung out and she gave me a Girls Gone Wild scene DVD, and I've never watched it before.
Part,
I
part
never, I never,
five. Part
I
five.
didn't know. Yeah, but it was like a legit Girls Gone Wild, and all it was like show them going down like Mardi Gras, like Bourbon Street, and
Right.
then like the next scene they'd be like in a bed, just being like, "Look at my tits,"
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like there was really not much to it, dude. But
Yeah.
you can see their
Yeah.
pupils are fucking dilated to the outside of their fucking lids. I mean, you just like these girls are fucked up.
Yeah, no shit. They had a little bit of a watermelon, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So the real rub about this whole situation, right, Poppy Carl? Think about all like we talked about nutrition loaf yesterday. So think
Yeah,
about all the corrupt prisons across the world who
Mhm.
let everybody watch the 12 to 2 a.m. infomercial of the
yeah,
goddamn Girls Gone Wild. These
yeah,
motherfuckers are in prison. They're
yeah.
burning out soap bars watching the Girls Gone Wild commercials. And
Yeah.
that dude knew it. Joe Murgo or whatever that fucking asshole's name was, he knew it what he was doing. He knew it.
Yeah, yeah,
And the people who just watched the MTV's 10 spot or whatever, he knew what he was doing, bro. He knew what he was doing, bro.
I might have to go get more beer here shortly.
So actually, like that's what this the people that went into bum fights and strangled them through, they're the same distributors
Yeah.
that were dealing with stuff like that. So there used to be a website, it was wewillshockyou.com, where you could buy stuff like that, or you could buy the wholesale version, you know what I'm saying? So that you could stock up your video store. So
Bro,
these are the guys who strangled them out. So Bum Fights 1 and Bum Fights 3 are in decline productions. This is not, you know.
mm,
2 and 4 are not, except for the
really,
pieces that they have. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I have the videotape cause for concern, but I do have even these DVDs, like the Bum Fights 1, if you see, there's a number marked down there on one and the other. I have everything. I have all of it. And you cannot resell it. I've been into stores, I said, hey, you want it or whatever? No, they can't even buy it. So
Yeah. When they scan it in, yeah.
it's illegal as fuck or whatever. You know what I mean?
So,
So that's cool. You're going to have to shower. You better shower after all that. Jesus. Right, Poppy? He needs a shower after that.
I'll shower with them.
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
what the time schedule is over there, Mike. VHS absolutely rules, bro.
Dude, Laserdisc. Dude, there's one called CEX, I think it's called, It looks like a big floppy disk, and when you put it in, you got to pull it out, and it leaves the disk inside. It's the
It's
size of a.
called CED. It's called CED.
Oh, okay,
It's
CED. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like a vinyl record. It's like a
yeah,
vinyl record. Here's a
yeah,
10-inch, right? It's like a
yeah.
vinyl record, but it's in a cassette, and it's got
Oh,
a little slidey
you
bar.
got to pull the
So you
cassette
put
back
it
out
in,
though.
and it takes it out, and it goes, "Zook," and it takes your
Yeah.
disc, and it gives you your box, and then you pull it back in later. You know.
I want to see how much one of those costs now on eBay. I bet you one of those, like the player, I bet you are fucking expensive. Dude, look
They
up
don't,
what a new
but they don't
VHS
play good. They don't play good because they were like vinyl, and they had
player.
basically like the on and off like a CD does, you know. But they also relied on a certain type of grease to keep them moving or whatever, so they don't work anymore really well, you know. They're
So,
real shit.
so actually, I'm quite surprised, but it says that like right here, you can buy like with it says new belts, works guaranteed, fucking laser disc player for 200
Right.
bucks.
That's an LD. An LD is different. That's a real good quality product.
Right.
Almost.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's just like a big DVD. Yeah, yeah. It looks
Oh,
just
Cloud Kicker's on with a mute this and Cloud Kicker too. All right. But I got 12 likes over here, you know?
yeah. Beta. So beta, that was like a weird size VHS. It was smaller, right?
I mean, yeah, just I'll show you one, right? I mean,
But they also had like a bigger VHS too, like a fucking huge VHS, like twice the
yeah,
size of a VHS.
VHS A and VHS C. Yes,
Okay. All
they
right.
had two of them. Yeah.
Yeah. But that shit was it was kind of like HD DVD, you know. It lasted like literally 2 3 years, and then it fucking they fucking pumped out all the good movies, all the Indiana
It,
Jones and Star Wars and everything on laser, and then it died like 2 years later.
yeah, it all depends on your industry, right?
Right.
So the thing is, like, a laser disc, right? That
Mhm.
used to be the thing like we get now, where you get a DVD with DVD extras.
Right. Yeah. It's just a big DVD. Yeah.
Right. But the thing is this, like, they fucked up because you used to have to get a laser disc, get a
Hmm.
different player, flip it
Yeah.
over, play side two to see the extras or the commentary
Mhm.
track or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, when they put it in Walmart for $9 and everybody can see the bloopers and background and all that, it
Yeah.
devalues the film. The film
Yeah.
should be within frames to send to somebody because at least you got to pay the guy who made the artwork on the front, right?
Right.
You got to pay that guy, man.
You
So I
want the
don't care if you've been in theaters and you've done all of this, but once you put it on the shelf, you got to pay that guy. Them deciding to drop all the extras without the barrier of being, an LD Laserdisc guy or whatever, it was a foolish move because now they put all the, background guffaws into the hands of everybody who has $8, and then it devalues the whole game. Like the thing within frames, the film itself isn't that impressive anymore. I see how you fucked up there. I see how you shot it 7 times. You loses value. It loses value.
yeah.
They fucked up.
Yeah.
We'll never see it again, man. We'll never see people so happy to get out to there and finally see Guns N' Roses or whatever. We'll never have that again, man. It's done.
Can and scan. I know that they had this one also. It was like a little fucking game console, and it had like these little cards, and then on the card it had enough data on it where it would drop it on the RAM and it would play play like a little video on the screen. It was called like Hyper something. I forgot what it was called. But a lot of that shit was like for only like the really fucking rich could afford that. Like only my rich friends had that shit. Like a Sega CD, right?
Yeah,
Only like
for sure.
one
For
rich
sure.
buddy had that shit growing up, right? My one rich buddy had the fucking laser disc player when I was like before DVD, like when I was a kid.
Yep, yep.
Dude, fucking Walkmans, bro, were like $100 back in the day, dude. Now you get
Yeah,
for like
no
two.
shit, man. You want one of those weatherproof, gay-looking Walkmen? You need $149 to get that yellow, with a weatherproof one.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I remember tapes and shit, dude. Like I was like a little kid though when like I remember what I remember with CDs like before like there were CDs but there were still tapes though too. But yeah, they faded out tapes. Tapes faded out.
I'm still in my tapes. They work. So a lot of times, some people might know this XL. It gets cited a lot of times because Metallica ripped off a couple of riffs from this one, like clearly. But they've done that forever. They always do that. So no big deal. Young Gun 3s is happening. Oh, hell yeah. Off grid, you still in here? Young Gun 3. 4 people in, 12 likes. That's like my birthday, man. 412. I love that shit. All right.
Young Bun.
Bobby Carl, how do we celebrate, man? I
I
gotta
don't
roll
know.
the biggest joint, man.
You go roll that booty style.
Young Guns 3, man. Sorry, it was hard to turn it up. How does it sound? The Ultimate Sin. That's interesting. One of the first 5 cassettes that I had was the Ozzy Osbourne Randy Rhoads tribute tape. Yeah, I still have one now, but it was a copy that this beautiful lady gave me. Beautiful lady. I saw her at my mother's funeral in October. Still a beautiful lady. But anyway, she gave me a copy of Ozzy Osbourne, Randy Rhoads. That was probably the 3rd cassette I ever had.
Right,
Pretty
so
cool.
my babysitter let me borrow some CDs and tapes back in the day of like Sugar Ray and shit like that. Well, I ended up working all summer long when I was like 12 years old. It was the year 2000, I think, and I bought three CDs. They were like $40 a piece, right? From the mall. One was Eminem's Slim Shady. One was ICP, the Amazing Jekyll Brothers with the red cover, see-through cover, and then the last one was Wait and Bleed, Slipknot, fucking.
Right,
And I worked all summer long to fucking for my grandma to fucking get those CDs, bro. And
right.
yeah, those are like the first ones that I bought. They're like $40 a piece at PAX at fucking whatever at the mall, whatever store it
God
was.
damn, man. Yeah, yeah, that's a lot of money, man.
Like back then, they still had tapes at that time, I think, dude. So
Oh yeah, all of my initial ICP, I bought actually it was like 1996 or whatever that I got the Great Malenko from like one of those stupid clubs, like one of those CD clubs, BMG or whatever,
mhm.
because I met somebody online who told me about it. And then I got that. And then, when I went to the store, everything was still original and it was all cassettes. I bought everything on cassette. So I have
So
all those, like, the first, 3 or 4 Joker's cards or whatever. Like, I have them all on original cassettes with the little black screws, like my Two Live Crew right there. It has the black screw. That'll tell you the age of a tape, stuff like that, because the
you
manufacturing
ever go
process
to the
changed.
fucking movie store and you can like press on and you can put the headphones on and go through albums and like listen to all the songs. So I think I
Yeah,
was at whatever the fucking one at the mall, like the main one at like the old movie store at the mall from the early 2000s. And
yeah,
so I was
yeah, yeah. Like when you went into like what is it called, an IVE or a For Your Entertainment or whatever, you walk into one of those video and record store places, or
man,
I can't
if
remember
I said it, you
anymore.
would know it. Like if I said it, you would know it. But anyways,
Right.
they had VHS DVDs were coming out at the time, I think, and HD
The
DVD
Wave,
was coming
is it
out.
the Wave?
The Wave, no.
That was a
Uh,
wild story. You go into the Wave, and they got listening stations. They had fucking vinyl when nobody had vinyl anymore. They started bringing it back in.
yeah, so there's a place down the road called Hastings. It's
Yeah,
all
I
over
know
Texas.
Hastings. Yeah. I think it's called Hastings, but yeah, I know Hastings.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like, do they have like everything? Toys, to video games, to used movies, new movies, fucking vinyl, TV shirts, books, every fucking thing, dude. Like all media, new and used. You know.
Yes, sir. We did have both of those things, Sean. We did have both of those things. They're gone now, you know. But yeah, Hastings, Hastings, go Hastings is a wonderful store where they have everything. Zia is another store where they still have everything. We had Family Video in the East Coast because, you know, they didn't rent their land, they always bought it, so they were around, but they didn't really survive so far after pandemic. Nothing did. There's no video stores anymore. You can go to the Alamo Draft House in Burbank. They have a huge inventory and library of DVDs and VHS that they burn to DVDs. You do not have to pay them. You can rent them. You can watch them. You have to give them a credit card because you have to bring them back. But you don't even have to pay them to rent them and watch them. It's probably the biggest video library in the world right now. It's bigger than the Smithsonian, like literally. And the streaming services, now that I just asked Off Grid about it, they've obviously they've outpaced videotapes. They've hit that fucking turning point. There's no more. We used to have a lot of media on videotapes, but this streaming shit, how do I tell you to watch it, dude? Poppy Carl, I saw a great movie 2 weeks ago. You want to see it?
Mm-hmm.
It was streaming. I don't know. I don't know. You'll probably never find it again. Whatever. It's just really difficult right now, you know? You have a gray whale, so you actually have a video store that's still out there, yeah? That's cool. What about in Texas, bro? You know any video stores that are still active?
Just Hastings right down the road. That's the only way I think of.
But
Blockbuster and
those are
everything.
purchases, right? Those are always definitely purchases, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they rent there too, though. You rent movies.
You think?
They have like a little rental place. Yeah. They cut their store in half. Now it's more used stuff, and then like there's still new stuff there. Like you know, their instruments and their fucking records are all new. Their toys are all new. Like their books are like a mixture of used and new, and their movies are a mixture of used and new.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
have toys. And they also have like video games and shit. Yeah, I mean they have everything. They have like a drink section just for like random drinks like Fago and stuff, which like you can't buy that shit at a store down here. You have to go
Right.
to like you have to go to like a movie store, like a specialty store to get Fago. Like they
That's
don't
really
sell.
smart. Yeah, that's really smart, man. If you make specialty drinks and nostalgia candy, stuff like that, I mean that's the best way to drag people in, you know?
Exactly. Okay, you remember the old suckers where they were shaped like a fucking I think they were called Christmas tree suckers, and they were different color. And they were like real. They were real fucking sticky. So like I haven't seen one of those in 30 fucking years probably, but this place has them. Yeah.
You mean the one that's like a unicorn horn, the one that's
Yeah.
all like frosted
Yeah.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that carny shit, right?
I haven't seen one of those in like fucking 30 years, dude.
There
They're
you
like
go, man. There you go. That's an easy $3 out of your pocket, easy, right?
easy. Yeah. Not for
I'm gonna
me,
give
but
him some candy cigarettes. Poppy Carl's gonna be out of here,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, dude, fucking dude. Until recently, bro, they had them at the Dollar General down the road, candy cigarettes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Until recently, dude, I was like, holy shit! Like I'd be going down there just to like get random shit at the Dollar General, and then I'll see them at the front. I see for this fucking like, sugar sticks or whatever they call them. We used to call them fucking candy cigarettes. You know,
Yeah,
that's what they
right,
were.
right, right. Yeah. Red,
I think they
my
said,
red tip stick dick. My red tip stick dick.
dude, I think they said fucking cigarette. I think they said candy cigarette on them back in the day.
Right. They probably did. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't
But,
remember. I won't lie
now it's
about it.
just whatever sugar stick, or whatever. But they still have them though. If I remember right.
Yeah, man. In the ingredients list, it doesn't even say gelatin. It says cow bone. It says I got cow bone in me. I'm a cow bone crayon, man.
He's a cheap taker, love maker. You put
Yeah,
a
we
cheap.
knew about the Bend, Oregon blockbuster. Yeah, But they used to, they had to source from anywhere, as a bunch of stores eventually had to. But
Dude,
back in the day, when you bought a rental, you were supposed to buy a licensed rental copy,
oh,
and
yeah.
so that whole copyright statement of, you can only use this for private home use, blah blah blah. They figured out that wasn't really holding, and so they just did it anyway. Like rental stores didn't have to pay $95 a copy. They would go cheat, not buy it from the distributor, buy it from a discount wholesaler, and then bam, you lose, you lose, you lose. Now, in Japan, they used to try to rent records. They had rental record stores. So you could go rent a record or whatever. Now, of course, with your mechanical licensing fees and writing credits and royalties and whatever, that shit didn't hold very long. China didn't even get away with that. I mean, Russia. I mean, Japan. They didn't even get away with that. What they did was
Bro,
steal our kids' minds with stupid cartoons.
you remember having to fucking rent a fucking recorder, like a video recorder from Blockbuster? You ever done that?
Blockbuster called them VCPs, video cassette players. They didn't have a record function because they were renting them to you, but I do remember that, yes. I remember people who rented, maybe you'll believe this, Matt, maybe not, but I remember people who rented Nintendo Entertainment Systems with a big
Oh yeah,
lock
oh yeah,
around them from the video store.
yeah, yeah. I remember that too. I never rented one, but I remember seeing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Dude, all the way up to even like Nintendo 64. You could rent Nintendo 64s back in the day, and that was like until 2000. Like, that was like
Yeah,
late.
yeah, yeah. For sure, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, no, like whenever I was like playing baseball or just like fucking like orchestra or whatever, my parents would fucking like rent a fucking VHS recorder, bro.
Yep, yep. No, in the blockbuster literature, they call them VCPs. They're video cassette players. They're not supposed to have a record function. And most of the indies that I saw, they made like some big lockbox, like suitcase barrier. They would give you a handle, but they would give you this huge lockbox around whatever you rented, whether it was a video player or a video game player.
Yeah,
Sega, the Master System,
I don't.
brother.
Yeah, I never rented anything, so I don't know how it got rented out. But yeah, I remember that was possible. You know,
Yeah,
except for like I don't remember like a case around that VHS recorder. To be honest with you, but I was like a little like that was like early '90s, bro. When I was like 5, 6 years old.
they
Like
they.
90.
I think they did that so that you couldn't like unscrew them and take the top
Yeah,
off or whatever. Yeah.
exchange parts and stuff with your broken shit. You know, but dude, like one of those back then, like cost fucking $5,000.
Damn it, Carl. That happened to me not too long ago, man. Like in years, I bought a refurbished laptop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when it came to me, I realized like it's never even been started or whatever. And Compaq sent it to me, so it was straight from the manufacturer, and it was refurbished or considered refurbished, but it had never even been started up. It was quite obvious. So I go through all that and I put it away because I already have like a living laptop for a while. Then I start to very specifically load music and files onto it, just music usually, but very specific full quality files because it had a very large memory. So I was loading that shit on, and then it started to fail. It started to go blue and whatnot. So then I got it looked at, and what it ended up happening was whoever bought it the first time, basically like what you said, They opened it up. They took the fan out. They sealed it back up, and they sent it back to Compact. And it was too late when I found out because it overheated. There was no fan in it.
Yeah.
They didn't notice, because it's probably 2 grams of difference, like some Korean part that they bought for like 22 cents,
Yeah.
So they sent it back to me as, refurbished because they probably opened it up and they were like, oh, it's never even been started. It's totally cool. Send it on, And I didn't know for like too long, no more warranty or whatever. But it was wild. Somebody just basically pulled a scam where they ordered it, pilfered the fan out of it, sent it back, and said, oh, I don't need this or it doesn't work or whatever. And they were like, okay, cool, here's your refund. And then when I bought it, I ended up not finding out for a while because it was a slow destruction.
Yeah. So it's kind of like graphics cards on for gaming computers. What people will do, I saw like this one guy was talking about it. What they'll do is they just order a graphics card and then put their old one back in the box and return it to Amazon. Because
Right.
the people at the Amazon warehouse, they don't know fuck about they know fuck all about graphics cards. You know?
Unless they can scan like whatever it is, serial number to the card serial number or whatever. Yeah, of course they don't know. Of course
Hey,
not.
I gotta go inside the store real quick. I'll be right back.
Right on, right on.
I'll get beer.
The old school tech people, they used to just make their own like barcodes in a sticker and then just stick them on whatever they wanted to buy. Then of course, POS systems get smart and they start writing a description or whatever. So then when you do make a barcode, you got to be smart enough to get a barcode that has a description that matches the thing you're gonna end up buying. So whether you're saving $4 or not, you have to make it at least in the category. Yes, I am buying a 3-color printer. It's not the Pegasus brand, it is the Canon. But even though it says Pegasus 3-color printer, the guy at Walmart might not see that. But I'm not trying to like tell people how to rob or rip off things, but I actually am trying to tell people how to rob and rip off things. You can make that simple back and forth. It's not a QR code, but remember, if they had to scan the serial number on the circuit boards that he was talking about, that scam won't work. So remember that, also drop your debit card and forget it and be like, oh, dude, I don't know who stole my debit card. I just bought $300 worth of stuff. And then give your debit card to somebody and say, hey, I want that back right now. And that's how you get free bread. That's how you get free bread.
He's a love maker, cheat taker.
A love taker, don't you mess around with me. Heartbreaker.
Cheek taker. Taking them cheeks, boy. Yeah. I got beer one.
Yeah, what'd you get, man? What'd you get? 12-pack?
Voodoo Ranger Sixer, but it's 9%, dude. And then a bottle of
A sixer. You're talking about 12 of those. Those are 9%. And then you also had that pee-pee beer that was 4%. You already had like 4 of those.
which
You're
one?
going to get high. You're going to get high on the beer, man.
I hope so.
Good.
When Savonnet Brouillet or some bullshit. Savon Brulee.
Savon Blow. Savon Blow.
Some bullshit. On sale.
Yeah, so somewhere in there when we were talking about that comedy and Little Boy Blue and whatever, yeah, my favorite was, because it relates to what you said, my favorite was when Dice was talking about going on a date or whatever, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna drop a load." He's like, even if I have to, chase you up the driveway at the end, I'm dropping. I like that, man. I like that. Don't waste your time with these cheap dates, brother.
Yeah, I know. Because I'm broke because of you and Gut Rot.
Because of me and Gut Rot, I
Yeah,
didn't do anything. Oh my God. You and Noel call each other. What the fuck?
dude, my bitch was way hotter than that retard.
Hey, Truth.
I just want to see Neil flash the chat because Gut Rot's always talking about how she have like an autistic fit and just like start flashing the chat. So
It wasn't. No. It was BG. BG kind of talked her into it, I guess. You know what I mean?
regardless, I just want to see
Yeah.
that.
He's another midget, man. When he stands up, he gets shorter too.
You're acting like I care about fucking autism.
Oh, you care because it hurts them to hear it. You know what I mean? They got such egos, and they're picking on autistic people. You know what I mean? And they got such egos for being so fucking bold to pick on autistic.
And
I'm like,
him
dude, what kind of
lies.
world do we live in? These people are insane, bro. These people are insane.
Crazy. Unless they're like Russell Crowe, they're handsome and wise, and, humble.
Well, it's just sad, man. That's sad. That's your claim to fame. Oh, I toppled over the minions of autistic people that were giving me a chance to be nice. That's your fucking claim to fame now. All of a sudden, like, oh my gosh.
Dude, flexing, dude, flexing about flexing on retards, dude. Like, what the hell? Like, what the hell is going on? Oh,
It ain't right.
every place you work, dude, it's like what the managers do. Like, they think that they're like hot shit because they're taking care of a bunch of retards. It's like, dude, it's fucking pizza.
I mean, it's just sad that they think that way or whatever. I don't know, man. I mean, this whole thing is like, it's so stupid. This whole thing is so stupid. Like, there's like 700 real people, right? And like 20 of them watch you, 14 of them fucking hate you. They're waiting to say something nasty. This thing is a fucking joke.
The Bible says that there's only 144 seats in heaven, so
Right? Right.
you gotta be a good motherfucker. You gotta be a real good son of a bitch to fucking get up in there.
Well, wherever two or more are gathered, there am I, said God. If you and I talk about him, he's here. But when you and I gather, you and me and the devil makes three, we're here. So
Yeah.
there's always the other possibility. I have my back and forth, you have your back and forth, and then we have our unstable relationship.
I call
Hello.
so, yeah. You're
Right on, right on. Well, good job, man. You didn't drop signal. You looked all pixelated when you got home, but hey,
it was switching to Wi-Fi.
from the 5G.
Yeah. Oh well.
Let me see. Let me see, man. I'm trying to get a couple other people that I invited in, but it doesn't look like they've answered me. So
Why does Gutrod have so many lesbians on his stream right now?
does he?
Yeah, he's got Hoover and that one guy that thinks he's some kind of connoisseur of wine and whiskey.
Hoover's not a lesbian. You think
So.
Hoover's a lesbian?
Well, I know she's with a man. I'm not talking about literal, but the way she acts, fucking lesbian. And the way this other girl that's on the street guy looks like a fucking lesbian. You can't go there.
Man,
Dude. It's impossible to go over there and hang out. You can't get a word in edgewise, or you're a fucking asshole for over talking somebody. Like there's no
yeah.
pause for anybody else's tell a story without hey Papa, hey Papa, hey Papa, hey Papa. You know, it's just like God damn, shut the fuck up and let somebody speak.
It's difficult. That's the way they run it, you know. Um, who's the last person you shared screen space there? Was it like Malt Liquor Mike or
Uh, I don't know. So I think it was like Thursday night. I think it was like Malt Liquor Mike. I think it was Gut Rot, and then I think I went live with Big T for a minute after that.
you
But
went
it was
live
that
on
night.
your own channel with Big T, right? Oh,
I think
by
yeah,
the way, you can please invite Big T up here, man. I haven't been able to talk to him except on your channel. Please invite him up here, bro.
yeah, he's fire. He's badass. He's one of my best friends.
I noticed, man. I noticed. Yeah, so what do you do when Malt Liquor Mike's on? I mean, does he shave his eyebrows?
It looks like it, but I don't
Is
know what
he
is.
married? Is her vagina like 4 feet wide and you gotta like, you know.
That I don't know. I can't contest to that.
I don't know why I would shave my eyebrows and my head unless I had a woman with a very, very large chasm. That's the only reason I asked you. I was just saying that's the only reason I can think of as a man to
Uh-huh.
shave off my hair and my eyebrows is because I need to please my woman and the chasm is wide.
Yeah.
Because I'm a real man. I mean, I'm not going to do it for aesthetics. I don't need to look like Right Said Fred. Nobody said I needed to look like Right Said Fred. So I
So
really wonder about the guy. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
really, what kind of hole are you sticking your face into?
So this reminds me of this kid named Chris Quinn when I was back in high school. He came from another school. I don't know where he came from. He was a gothic kid, right? He was the only gothic kid in our school. Only one.
Right.
We had like one punk rocker who wore like green Doc Martens and fucking like an anti anarchy
That's a
fucking
gay
patch.
dude. That's a gay dude. But then you had
Yeah,
this fucking goth, it's
one
worse.
guy, right? So there was another kid who was like a preppy kid. He was like a rich kid, and he had alopecia, right? You know where he had like missing spots of hair. Okay, so he had no eyebrows and no eyelids, right? Eyelashes, and so this kid thought that he was shaving his fucking eyebrows, and so the gothic kid went home and shaved his fucking eyebrows. And you're like, dude, nah, dude, that fool's got alopecia. Homie, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck is that? He's like, he has like bald spots, homie. Like I don't know, we're not scientists, but like they have like bald spots, like they can't grow
Right,
hair.
right, 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 right. These are places where my hair can't plant; it just
Yeah,
falls off.
yeah. It's like he thought he was gonna be edgy because he thought that he thought that Matt was the only. There's another guy named Matt who had the alopecia. He thought that Matt was the only motherfucker that had the balls to shave his eyebrows, so that's why he shaved his like. So he wanted to be edgy, He wanted to be like the only
Dude,
one, Or I don't
dude,
know, dude.
dude,
And
dude,
then like,
dude, dude,
dude, I remember like,
dude.
dude, he shaved his head because like he was also kind of like he turned it kind of like into like for like a little while there. He went from like gothic to like Nazi, and he
Yeah,
was like shaving, dude, he was like shaving his fucking head down to skin. And dude, I remember I slapped the back of his fucking head, dude. You can see all the razor burn the first time he did it, dude. Like he fucked his head up, bro. And I slapped him in the back of his fucking head, bro. That motherfucker, like, dude, he got fucking pissed, dude. It's like he ended up hanging himself in his front yard at his sister's house.
that's not the funny part, but okay, okay. At this point, like, really, okay.
But yeah, no, I shaved his eyebrows. He thought that Matt was trying to be edgy by not having eyebrows. And we are like, dude, he has like a medical condition. What the fuck, dude?
Right, and then like these little hairs that come from your eyelashes, like they just
Yeah,
fell out because he has
yeah,
alopecia, and they're like, "Yo, that's pretty hard. Like, let's cut
yeah.
them off." You
Yeah,
know what I
imagine
mean?
trying to
Like,
pluck those fuckers out, dude. You know that fucking hurt.
yeah, right, 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 right. Oh my god, what a fool,
Like,
dude!
uh,
What a fool, man. Yeah, water
fucking-
time. Yeah, for sure, dude. I mean,
because fucking Matt was allowed to wear a hat. They allowed him to wear a hat in school to cover up the bald spots. And
right.
so you really couldn't tell, except for his eyelashes. And it is like zero, like there's like no fur on his face at all. And but besides that, I mean, but that could just be a clean shaven, fucking high school kid, or what? But I
Right.
had a beard. I've had this thing since I was fucking like 13 or 14. I mean, since I was in
Well,
like 10th grade, I've had a beard.
I don't have any expectation that you would have seen this or whatever, but I just let you know that the LolCal podcast on YouTube, right, with
Yeah,
Keemstar and Boogie
yeah,
and Wings of Redemption, right?
yeah.
The thing that they're sharing now is that Wings of Redemption got all shitty and like knocked over Keemstar and really knocked over his wife too.
Oh yeah, I
And
saw that.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the thing they're sharing now. But if
yeah,
you notice, when he went after Keemstar, like even the fucking cameramen, they just got behind the bounces and shit because
yeah,
the
yeah,
most important thing for them was not seeing him without a hat. Like that was
yeah,
the whole thing. He has this big ass beard and no hair.
yeah.
And so you could see like he's getting beat up or maybe not. Nobody gives a shit. They don't want to show his fucking head. That's what they cared about.
What
That's what they cared
Keemstar
about.
is
You know
doing
what I
is that's
mean?
called exploitation. What Keemstar is doing in that podcast, that's called exploitation.
There you go, bro. There
I
you
mean, Wings
go.
of Redemption and fucking Boogie, like those guys are just fucking pathetic, dude.
Yeah.
I do like they fly across the like fucking like
Boogie
the
knows.
world
Boogie
to
is
go
a
fucking fight for like
soulless. He's a
$5,000.
soulless Machiavellian. You know, he doesn't give a shit. He knows. He's like, it's all content. Ha ha, funny, funny. I don't give a shit. That's your wife, bitch. I'm gay now. I'm not gay. I like
And
sucking all
I'm not sure he
lesbian
really knocked his
tits.
wife over. Like I'm
You
not
know,
sure
he
he
doesn't
like
give
dude
a shit.
like
He has no soul. He has no
yeah.
grounding, Boogie. But yeah, the whole show that goes around him, it affects real people.
Yeah,
Real
I kind of
people
like
like blow
to
up
be
and
fair,
do stupid shit.
dude, I kind of like Wings of Redemption. And if you watch their boxing match, bro, he had like some head movement, bro. Like where he like flinched at him for a second, dude. Like he actually did a pretty good fucking. Dude, he teed up on Boogie, bro. He fucking teed up on him, dude. Like it was impressive. It made me cry.
Well, I'll
It
tell you
made me
what,
cry.
man. He definitely landed his wife right down there in the concrete.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
he did a good job on that one.
to be fair, dude, anybody can knock that. She's like a bowling pin, homie. I mean, like, you just fucking push her and she just fucking
Also,
falls
she
over.
wasn't even fighting with him. It's pretty
Yeah,
easy to knock a girl over when she's not even in a fight with you.
yeah. Well, especially when when she's brown like that, like gravity, and, black hole. Like I'm not a fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, like I don't know like how black holes work, but something about
Yeah, but
mass.
you do know the basic physics of a round stone and how it rolls down, and it catches
So
no
yeah,
moss. A rolling
and
stone catches no
yeah,
moss.
she probably needs to learn her place too. To be fair,
And yeah, sure,
you know,
sure, man.
I mean, learn
Yeah.
your fucking place. Fucking get up on my shit when I'm in the middle of something, bitch. Give a fuck if you're my wife, especially if
Every fucking they're fighting over like probably like Pizza Hut cards every month, like $400 at Pizza Hut. Keemstar is like, yeah, I'm gonna write that off.
the entire time Q Store just has a raging hard on, because he's just fucking making bank on that shit, dude. Every fucking view he's making a fucking penny on, you know what I mean? And it's just he's getting off on it, like and regardless of what those guys think that they're making, and regardless of what they say the percent that they're getting, they're not getting it, dude. Trust me.
No.
Keemstar's not going to put his time to make fucking $500 a month, dude. Like, he's not going to do his, he's fucking lying to them. He's fucking exploiting them, is what he's doing.
It's everything that I do or I flirt with doing and I joke with doing right now. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, listen, I need three, clips. Please give me 3 clips this week, and then next week I'll bring you up twice live or something. It's like the dumbest
I don't know exactly
exchange.
how it works. Like I've seen clips and stuff, and then talk about the percentages and like, and then Boogie or Boogie
But
claiming
but
not to
but
get
then but
paid.
then you know what Keemstar does every time? He's like, no, I can't unban them. look what they did in the Discord. Like he even knows. Somebody told him, we pushed the ban button on them and blah blah blah, and he's like, look what they did in the Discord, and it starts a whole conversation where they
It's just a chain of fucking income for him, bro. It's just a little fucking. So like when you go fishing, catfishing, or sea, like you throw out fucking 5 different lines. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's how the rich get rich, bro. You think they just do one fucking thing, like
Oh
and they
yeah.
just get
Oh yeah.
magically rich? No, dude. Like they dabble in a lot of different things. You got to throw out a bunch of fucking lines.
Diversify your profile. Yeah. Every
Exactly. And
one of these like people, like a good
that's-
example is always like the basketball players. They diversify their profile. The basketball player, he plays basketball, but he also represents like a mobile company, and he represents, a sort of mortgage company, whatever, whatever, whatever. They diversify their profile. These basketball players. That's the way to do it. That's how you survive.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like Michael Jordan, dude. He made way more money being with Nike than he ever did playing. Back then, players didn't make shit. Dude, they made like $30,000 a year back then.
Hey man, first time I had some Jordans with a goddamn pump or whatever. I mean, it makes people think that they're gonna fucking dunk next week or whatever. That's a lot of money.
Oh
In that
yeah,
foolish, situation, there's a lot of fucking money.
bro, spending $100 nowadays on a fucking pair of Timmy's. But I only wear Crocs. To be fair, like that's all I wear. Like I don't wear any. Like I only wear like original Crocs.
Yeah.
Summer, winter, spring, fall.
How
Whatever.
close are we getting, man? You said 2 what? Okay, it's only 1:30 right here. You said what time, Sean?
The shot coming up.
No, he's waiting for the Misfits to play, man.
Oh, they're still alive.
Coachella, they're gonna drop it live on YouTube. I saw the one that happened. Like I said, I played that a little bit, but let's see, man. Let's see if I have something more appropriate because I know I fucking do. Right? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I think I'd rather go to Burning Man than Coachella. If I had to choose, I'd probably go to Burning Man. But I would take like an RV with me, like so I can have some AC and shit.
Hey, man, no money at Burning Man. No money.
Let's say money was a non-issue, like for either one. Like let's say that wasn't an issue, because I know Coachella's fucking expensive, like really fucking expensive. Okay, and Burning Man, you just kind of show up and just kind of wander around. But if you want to have fun and you want to drink and eat food, you're going to spend money. But let's say that was an issue, a non-issue. I think I'd still rather go to Burning Man.
Man, I'm gonna have to do some crowdsourced questioning.
Question away, sir. I gotta talk to Gut Rod about bringing all those lesbians on the stream.
Hey, Carl.
What? What?
Um, how exactly? Oh, here we go. I got something good right here. How exactly could Noelle say that I did something wrong? She said it was my fault. I said that's just your mom playing.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know nothing about that girl. I've only talked to her like twice. I asked her if she'd give me a suck, and she said no.
No,
Yeah.
she's pretty honest. That's pretty good. I like how honest she is. All right, here we go. These are not the best choices, but there's
Yeah,
only two choices.
what about my fucking feelings and how I feel about that? I mean, getting turned down by a fucking tard? The fuck?
Hey, watch your language now.
Come on now. I mean, what about my feelings about that?
These are not the best choices, man. There's an Evil Live
Oh,
or
that
there's
looks
an
cool.
FAD.
Those both look cool. I like the art on them.
Yeah, this is Mad Mark Rude. He used to do like skateboard art and shit. He was a skater, and he does stipple. So it's all dot 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 dot. There's so many thousands and thousands of dots there. You know
Man,
what I mean?
but that's a pain in the ass.
Hell yeah, man.
I bet that would. Oh, yeah. Dude, I used to make videos on fucking. I used to be able to spray paint like galaxies and moons and stars and planets and shit. Like you scammers on like the side of the street that charge you like $100 for their fucking. Yeah, it takes like
Yeah,
a minute. I used to be
yeah,
able to do
dude,
that.
yeah.
It's a scam, bro. Anybody could do it, dude. Just throw down some color, put a fucking pot down, and put black around it, and then throw the stars down, and it's art. You
Yeah, my son did one. It really is right behind me, not too far, but I won't find it. But I used it before in a thumbnail and stuff. But yeah, he did it. He saw the guy that does it online,
yeah.
on his table in the garage or whatever, and then he kind of copied that.
So, but I did this like way back in the day, dude. Like way before that, like the YouTube short guy that like flicked it off his, like he does it on the table. Like I saw that guy. Like this was like 10 years ago, dude. And I had like music going in the background, bro. And I'll do like a badass piece, dude. Like badass piece. But it was a long time ago, dude. Like I was a young stud at that time. I was like 25.
Still a young stud there, brother. Still a young stud.
Dude, just got out of college. Just started working for Kellogg Brown and Root. I was a stud. Talk about looking like Russell Crowe. I look like Russell Crowe now. Imagine that.
We're gonna stay up, Sean. We're gonna stay up, Sean.
Sean 420.
I do wonder though, what time is it? Over here it's 1:34 or so. 1:32 by my
12,
watch.
12:32 in Houston.
There you go.
So depending on where you're at, do the math. And then calculate the time zones and then calculate in your head. And then
He's in Utah, man. He's in Utah.
so it's probably like 11:30 there. Maybe 10:30. I don't know how far west Utah. I think it was pretty far away. So it's probably might be
Utah,
10:30.
that's funny, Carl. Utah used to be the highest point of Mexico where he lives in the
Hmm.
desert. You know what I mean? Like Sandy, Utah.
Yeah. I know
It
that.
used to be like the highest point in the world of literal Mexico,
Yeah,
before Ozzy
yeah.
Osbourne pissed on the Alamo. Before them times. And but it did inform the fucking Mormons. You do understand, like they did want to be part of Mexico because they were not loved where they came from, up in New England. They were not loved. Yeah, Coachella. Yeah, it's live at Coachella. Yep, yep. Straight up, bro.
Shout out to Sean 420.
Nobody picked one of those, man. Nobody picked one of those records. People buy them, those Misfits ones, but nobody wanted to hear it. See, like that remains to be heard. Play Static Age album by Misfits. They're gonna make a Sam Hain documentary on Netflix. Apparently, that's what's in the works right now. So now you go to next. We wanna. Let's hear what song we wanna hear. Um, um, um. Yep, right there. Just playing half of the scale. That's what we always did to write songs when we started learning.
I asked Gut, Russ, with all the lesbians.
Where is Coachella, man? I know South by Southwest is in Austin. That'll be your time period, right? Where is Coachella? In LA and shit?
Everybody's riding by on their mini bike. Something. I don't know, maybe it's side by side or lawnmower. Ooh, hey. You got any pogs, Joe? You got any pogs? He's like,
What?
watch this. He's like, look at this. I do have pogs. Ooh, wee. Good flag for that one. What is that? Is that like a display piece?
Yeah. It's a stand up.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
So, you know what happened during Christine, right?
What happened?
Well, the only reason that John Carpenter didn't direct this is because they happened at the same time.
Oh, God. Halloween 3. That's like the bastard child of the Halloween series. Halloween 3 is awful. It's awfully good. I mean, when it comes down to history, but as part of the
Imagine if he
Halloween
did it.
series,
Imagine if he did it. He couldn't do them at the same time. Like
yeah,
Christine, the fucking movie Christine is like my religion. You
yeah,
know?
no, that's
So, but
that's
he
gonna go down to
could
like,
have done
yeah,
that too. And the whole idea of Halloween, he wanted it to be different stories.
okay,
So it was
okay,
all on him, man, but he got screwed.
yeah.
You can't do it all at the same time. So I love that shit. That's like fulcrum. Okay. More misfits for the show tonight. Okay, here we go. Play Action Woman by Danzig.
Here's Action Woman.
Action Woman by Danzig is a cover of like ZZ Top, I guess. But yeah, you'll hear this tonight. You'll hear old man Danzig doing this good shit. It's the best he can do. Mr. Goober.
Praise Jesus on his birthday, on the day he rose. He rose.
When you gonna eat them? When you gonna eat them, man?
Whatever you eat them, and then when you
That's
eat them,
not true.
whatever you eat them, we're going to read some scripture.
Jesus Christ. Okay, he's gonna. Okay. Hold on.
In the
Pause.
middle of in the middle
Okay,
of tripping.
pause. Everybody, I do not take this with any lightness or whatever. We're gonna talk about Jesus. It's time for that. I paused Danzig. Let's go, Poppy Carl. You're the agent of God. Rebirth and resurrection is tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah. So whenever Jesus was crucified, there was two guys that were next to him. Both of them were thieves, and one of them mocked God, and then one of them sat there and said, "Will you take me to your kingdom?" And he said yes, even though he's never been baptized. So the idea that you have to be baptized to go to heaven is not true. he had a
Okay.
thief right next to him that admitted he'd
So
never been.
on the mound of the skull, there were 3 crucifixions,
Mhm.
and the Son of God, Jesus Christ, was in the middle.
Yeah.
The
Well,
man who says, the man who says, "I am of my Father, not you," to the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the fucking leadership in Judaism. He says, "I am of my Father, not you." Okay,
right.
he's in the middle. Then what they call the simple thieves or whatever, and they got
Mm-hmm.
the one mocking, not caring one, and they got the one who asks for God's grace and
Even though he's
forgiveness.
getting
And
baptized. Even though
Jesus
he's getting
says,
baptized.
he says, "Yo, bro, no thing, no thing. You asked, you got it."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to ask, dude. Like you have to ask. That's the thing, dude. Because like you're
Don't
born,
you have to ask?
you're born a sinner already, dude. Like you're born
Carl,
sinful. I
Carl,
mean,
I'm
like,
a
you
dad.
have to
You're right.
ask.
You're right. Carl,
I
I'm a
mean,
dad. These kids, they can have anything they want. Guess what they
yeah.
have to do?
Mm.
Get their balls up, nut up, and ask.
Yeah.
Ask and ye shall receive, as it says in the word. And I'll tell
Exactly.
you what, man, there's no such thing as unconditional love.
Yeah. Bro, it's like people that think they're too smart to ask questions, dude. Like when I worked for Kellogg Brown and Root, it was right after college. I was doing AutoCAD, I was doing structural steel,
Hmm.
and a lot of it was overseas. And I had spent some time, in the Middle East and stuff, a little bit in Africa, a little bit in South America, Mexico specifically, so not that much, I guess, Central America.
Right on.
Here, it's like we did all the discount tires in Texas,
Yes, sir.
uh, shit like that. So, but anyways, we were over there and we were doing these like forward operating bases, I guess for the military, and we would do like all their electrical and plumbing and everything. Like we would do the architectural drawings for them, and dude, like
Wrong
just see these
chat,
motherfuckers.
Sean. Wrong chat.
Well, so anyways, like getting into it, dude. Real quick, these people that just refuse to ask questions because they think they're too smart to ask a
Yeah, I
question.
know.
Dude,
Yeah,
dude,
they're
that, shit-
fucking
dude, that,
idiots, dude.
dude, that shit could get you into a bad situation quick.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
you're with somebody that's dumb to a situation, like and they clam up, you're fucked.
yeah.
Whatever the
Yeah.
situation is.
The system of a down, they nailed it with that, like smart people outsmart each other than themselves,
Yeah,
like they really do. So
yeah,
when I speak to my dad, and when he gets the brain consortium, and then somebody has like a hiccup, and it's like a total like OCD, like, "Yo,
yeah,
dude, we didn't know you had a specific kink about that." And then they start telling all the intelligentsia why it's all wrong or whatever. Bullshit, like bullshit, man. You guys are so smart, you start fooling your own damn selves.
exactly. Well, they think they're so goddamn smart. That's the problem. They think they're smarter than every other motherfucker out there. They're just the smartest motherfucker on the planet. And that
Well,
shit doesn't play out because you're
hey,
not the smartest motherfucker on the planet.
Poppy Carl, your dad's a ghost. I understand that, bro. Poppy Carl is very, I guess, giving to say, "I like this guy. He's very intelligent about this. He's very intelligent about that." I've heard you throw that out there, but the humbleness for you to throw that out there means the same thing as me. I have to learn every day. I'm not
Yeah.
so smart. I'm just trying to, well, I'm not going to give you bad information. Does that make me smart? No, it means I'm trying to be accurate. I'm
Well,
trying.
yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, of course. Why would I ask you if I didn't think you're going to be like somewhat honest and just tell me just tell me what you think? Like, why would I even ask you? Why would I even talk to you about it? Whatever it is.
Yo, that's a good question. That's the question I used to ask my father. When, of course, my father, he came around to a whole different way of thinking, and he really understands. And it's so funny that you talked about Andy Kaufman,
Any
because
cop.
it was an Easter that we connected on that.
Mm,
Andy Kaufman and, Robert Durst and Tiny Tim are born on
mm,
my day. But my dad and I on an Easter, we were talking about those three. And we were
mm,
talking about how Andy Kaufman was just that artistic individual. Can't turn it on, can't turn it off. Just living it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Like you don't
fucking
know what
living
was
it.
an act or not with Andy Kaufman. Like, was it all an act or was none of it an act? I mean, because he like lived that lifestyle. Like the way he acted on TV, he lived that. You know, when he got in fights with Robbie Lawler on fucking David Letterman, they got in fights, dude. Like I think one of them broke the other guy's nose or some shit. You know?
Not really. No, that wasn't real. There was no real
Oh,
thing like that.
that was okay. That was all act.
His work with David Letterman was very, very orchestrated.
No, I'm talking about Robbie the King Lawler, the wrestler. Like they hated
Yeah, I
each
know.
other.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, they worked together. They worked together. Yes,
Ah,
it was more volatile because he would keep pushing, but they were
right.
working together. It was a whole thing.
Okay. All right.
The whole
That's what.
thing. I'm from Hollywood, and the antagonist there he was going after the Kentucky Grandmas of the
Okay.
wrestling world. He
Right.
was attacking the women
Right. Yeah. Well, it's kind
as
of
he
like Charles
did
Barkley. He
more
talks
than
about
once.
in
Yeah,
Dallas.
but no, when he did it with Jerry Lawler, he was going
Mhm.
after the women who go out, the old grandmas and shit that buy
Right.
all the hot dogs and they buy all the fucking all everything. They buy the seats, they buy the hot dogs, and he was going after them. But Jerry Lawler, you dumb toothless fucking fool, and just like that's what they did. Then he
You
went
know.
into intergender wrestling to just shock people live on Saturday Night Live. He was
Yeah.
going way down the hole by then. But
Yeah.
anyways, but that's the point. That's the proof that he had no fucking choice. He would have made better choices if he had a choice.
So,
He was
yeah.
living his life. He wouldn't have made it more degenerate and more like into the gutter.
It's kind of like you think about like somebody Jeremy Carswell. You know, like he really can't
Mhm.
turn it off. Like like again, whenever I was working with him, Colin Brown and Root,
Right.
seeing him do some fucked up shit. You know. And but then he would laugh about it, you know. But then he laughs about it in a way where it makes you laugh about it because like the way he laughs, it makes you want to laugh because it's so cheesy. Like he just like cheeses out, and
Yeah.
then you laugh about something really disgusting with him. Like the way he laughs about it, it'll just make you chuckle too. You know,
Right.
he'll laugh about Serbian film, and it'll make you chuckle. Like during the fucking newborn part, you know,
Right. Right.
he'll start laughing, and it'll make you laugh too. You know, that's just the way that guy is, dude.
Dude, I had okay. First of all, the whole like everybody knows that's literally like a Wile E. Coyote, a ooga ooga.
Yeah,
No one.
yeah. Yeah, no,
Obviously that's a
shot
very cartoon moment. Okay,
Yeah,
but
I
what
shot
happened to me when I'm watching it, and he's doing the thing and he doesn't want to be, and it's his stiffy, and I was like, that's a piece of wood. It's wood. He had like a little knobby wood piece, that was carved out, and I was like, oh my god, that was killing me, bro. That was killing me. That's not a dick. That's not a dick. That's a piece of wood.
He had a fucking hog. Dude, he had a fucking hog. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, that guy's not an actor. He's not fucking acting at all. Like this shit's fucking real, dude.
I
He's
never
like a
told a joke in my life, says Andy Kaufman. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, he never tried to. He never tried to. So how close are we getting? Okay, it's coming up, right? They're gonna play in like 10 minutes, right? Okay. Where was the
well, it
Misfits record like that?
kind of reminds me of the quote, how you do anything is how you do everything. You know what I mean? If you're gonna half-ass something in your life, you're probably half-assing everything in your life.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah. And those people get you hurt again, like those type of people, and the guys that are too smart, they're the smartest fuckers on the planet. Those two people, dude, they'll get you hurt out of the field. You know, dude. When I worked for Kelly Brown and Root, dude, like I've been in the fucking combat, homie. Like I had to fuck people up before, dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fucking fun shit, dude. You know, and yeah, having to deal with these motherfuckers because, like, again, we're fresh out of college, dude. You know, promised 100,000, it was like 99,500 a year. You know, at 1099. So we weren't planning on paying taxes, right? Because we were like, fuck yeah, 100 grand. Right?
Yeah, that's not what 1099 means. It means you have to do it yourself. You better quarterly
We
do it or
weren't planning
something,
on
you
doing
know.
that. Yeah, no, we weren't. We were planning on collecting the money and fucking partying, right? Because we were
Right.
dumb kids, bro. Fresh out of college, dude. Thought I was fucking as smart. Again, I was a smart motherfucker too, I guess, dude. I thought I was fucking. I thought I was this fucking genius making 100 grand a year. Out of in
Well,
2010.
that's it. It works so well for me, man, because think about it. I'm many years ahead, and I just did like, let's say, like a humble man's mathematics, which is $92,000 a year. When
Yeah.
I'm in the 90s, I'm going into community college, and I'm doing that. And he asked me that. I'm doing world history. I'm doing U.S. history. I'm doing the Fertile Crescent, like Middle Eastern history. The problem is my world history is part two and part one in the wrong order. But whatever. I kept notes, and I just had to figure that out later. But
Yeah.
one of those professors, and I think this was in American history, was asking about what kind of industry do you want to get into, and part of mine was making 92 or more thousand, just because, like I did the fucking math, and he was like, you're not going to get that right now. You're not going to fucking get that. And I'm like, what? I was like, what? Like, that's the bare minimum, man. And he was like, you're not going to get it. I'm like, fuck.
So down here,
I did the
at
math,
that
man.
time. So down here in 2010 in Houston, dude, like that was fucking, dude. Even now, dude, that's fucking banking, dude. I mean, making six figures, dude, is fucking banking down here in fucking Texas. I understand in Cali and fucking New York and fucking New England and in
Right,
Cali,
right, right,
I
right.
understand if it's not that much money, but all in every other flyover state, like every other flyover state, that's fucking 30, like $40 an hour is pretty fucking good, dude.
Not much, man. Yeah, I
I mean,
know. No, I totally realize it, but it just like it totally normalized me because, I wasn't sold on do what we say and it'll work. I didn't think so either. But I was doing what they say. I was in there making my progressions, was in college, having a refrigeration training behind me, just trying to move up in the world, move up in the world. And I was like, oh, you can't even fight your way to the fucking bottom in this game. This is pretty fucked. This is like Zelda 2. I never figured out Zelda 2. I don't know what the hell they did. Okay, YouTube Coachella right now. All right. Here we go, man. They're live. They walk the streets at night. They go where eagles dare. Pick up every movement. I wonder how well I can make some of these records sound. I'll try. Because I can't go, because I'm live. I can't go watch their live. So I wonder how good I can make them sound. Let's see. I'm not quitting. I'm right over here.
what up, Sean?
Yo, Carl, give me a minute, man. I'm coming. I'm coming.
All right.
I'm trying to get some of this stuff ready because I cannot leave. There we go. There we go.
You know that song? I'm just a flea bag. Nobody loves me, or nobody likes me. Da, da, da,
I'm
da.
just a teenage dirtbag baby. I
Oh, dude.
listen to Iron Maiden, maybe. That one?
No, it's by Youngblood. It's Fleabag. I'm just a flea bag. Nobody likes me. Uh, something. I don't know. What are those? Those are Rickers.
Yep, they're Misfits records. I mean, he wants, I can't really go. I can't go, but I'm
Do you
going to
have
have
any
to
White
play my
Zombie or
own.
Rob Zombie records?
Huh?
You got any White or Rob Zombie records?
No, I have my White and Rob Zombie CDs and cassettes. That's it.
I bet he has pretty good album art, huh?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't have any of it. Yeah, I mean, like those I got in cassette. But
I
yeah,
like his.
either, I
I like his
understand they're
old.
playing live right now. Like the Misfits are going to play live right now. But I'm on mine, so I guess I'm not going. And I said, I have 12 inches. Could happen too, but I was looking at those
I like that
singles.
picture. I like that picture that you got for your birthday, where it was like you getting a fucking it was like, what DVD do you want? And it was like some stranger in an alley with a coat on, and he's like, open the coat,
Yeah,
and I was
that's
like,
that's from my son. I'll bring it. I'll bring it. Yeah, I'll bring it. I got that. That's from my son. Hold on. I'll get that.
because you always talk about where you get these like random records and these random movies, and it's like some random store, or some like.
Dude, that's what happened. That's what really in my real life really fucked me is that I did not know, but PayPal uh you can't you can't trade with like 22 countries. I had no fucking idea. That's why I got a lifetime ban from PayPal because I bought a cassette from some
Oh,
banned country.
hmm.
That's bullshit, bro. I bought a cassette, some piece of music, from a banned country.
Like on eBay or what?
It was on Gem actually, which is called Global E Media Marketplace or whatever.
Because if it's like a big name place, you would think that it would like take them out of the search automatically. You know.
Nah, they did. Nah, anybody can put up anything. Yeah, of course. What was I trying to show you, Carl? I forgot.
Uh, I don't know. Your
Illegal
dick?
movies or something?
I don't know. Your wiener? Pull that bad boy out. Let's see it. Let's see that can of corn, can of ranch style beans, that ham
Oh,
hock.
I know what it is now. It was the picture. The picture. Yeah.
Ah, okay. I still
No, this
prefer.
is my son. My
Oh yeah,
son
yeah,
put
yeah.
me, he put me in a vicar outfit, but he put me as a DVD hustler. Here you go.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was you buying and for some random person because you
No,
always
no,
have
no.
some.
This is me. I got them
Oh,
hiding in my costume, and there's
oh,
a random stoolie. I'm just hitting him up.
I thought you were the other guy that was buying because you always have the stories about you buying in weird places. So I saw that. Like, I had the daydream of you going down an alley and you and the guy being like, "Look at this," and
No,
you're like,
it's
"Whoa,
the total.
toxic,
It's the total truth. I've done the
whoa,
weirdest
toxic
things
Avenger."
ever.
Like,
You know.
like how much for Toxic Avenger? And he's like $4. You're like, "Nah, three, son."
Yeah.
He's
No,
like, "All
you're
right."
totally right. I've done the weirdest things ever. To accumulate a tape or whatever. We
Like,
had to
like
make
you were,
weird phone
you said you were
calls.
Like you said, you were with your mom at like a meat market or something. That you fucking found some like crazy DVDs. Uh,
All the time, yeah, all the time. All
so,
right, all right, all right. So he says, what? Are they on now? Are they on now?
20 minutes. He
It's
says.
gonna be a great show, but I might have to just play my own. I don't think I'm leaving.
So Ezekiel chapter 25, verse 17. And I will execute in them the great acts of vengeance with the raging reproofs, and they will have to know that I am Jehovah when I bring my vengeance upon them. That means don't be a little cunt, and maybe God will fucking spare you a little bit.
He says, "And I shall strike my vengeance upon ye with furious anger."
It doesn't say all that. It doesn't say all that. I just read it
No.
verbatim. Yeah, like that
Yeah,
was
but
all. I
you've
swallowed
seen
that
Pulp
verbatim.
Fiction. It's in there. It's in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. My favorite is Proverbs. It's Proverbs
We have
chapter 20.
20 minutes.
My favorite is Proverbs chapter 27, verse 1. It's do not make your boast about the next day, for you do not know what the day will give birth to. Like you don't want to just like keep on hoping for what's going to happen tomorrow because you don't know what's going to happen, right? You need to worry about what's going on now and try to be the best you can now. Because tomorrow you could have a heart attack, you could have a seizure while you're driving and fucking kill like a whole family, steer, and kill yourself, or who knows what the fuck could happen. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
Like that. That's one thing I worry about is like having a heart attack or a fucking seizure while I'm driving. You know,
Man,
it's like then you're fucked. Like you're fucked. It's like being in an airplane during a fucking terrorist attack. Like you're fucked, right? Like it's going like if the
yeah,
airplane's
except
going down, you
except
have zero.
hey look, even like the free and cheap insurance that I have, I get paid out a lot more if I die in public transport, bro. So
Oh
don't
well,
forget about that.
yeah. The family can always sue. That you get a lot of money if you die on like a fucking public bus or something. I'm sure. Or get
So
hit
it's
by a
just it's built
USPS.
into the insurances that I have. I
Yeah,
get paid out extra for that. Look,
yeah. The life
I'm gonna
insurance.
play this, Sean. I'm gonna play horror business right now. I understand we got 20 minutes or whatever, but I'm gonna take fear off the record player and just fucking throw this, and we're gonna listen to that shit. Take it away, Poppy Carl.
So Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 8. You must not do according to all that we are one, whatever is right in his own eyes. I mean, don't be a little bastard.
You gotta be a nice, loving person and not be an asshole.
Yeah. Basically, the Bible, like every verse, just tells you, don't be a little bitch. Don't be a little man Karen, and you'll be all right.
So you're a good guy, and you're right with your Lord and everything, right?
Yeah, I'm handsome. Wise, humble, smart, rich. Uh, yeah, yeah, I would agree with that.
It must be a good feeling. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get to understand, hey, I'm okay with my creator. I've done the right thing the whole way.
It's called no. Well, no, that I know is not true. Okay, but I know. So I have what they call faith, right? Like if you don't have faith, dude, I'm not going to convince you. Even if I showed you historical facts about the Bible, yeah, I'm still not going to convince you because you don't have the faith, right? So there's no point in even arguing about faith, like, or about the Bible or nothing with anybody if they're not willing to fucking have to take
Well,
it.
I have faith, man.
Okay. Well, I didn't know,
Well,
but yeah,
I have to believe in more than I can quantify. We live in
right.
a fantastic, miraculous world. I was brought up, basically on the Kaliite satanic side of an Christian background. I have faith.
Mhm.
The miracles unseen, the beauty and the magic of All of this is so be quantified. I have to believe in it. It's just faith. I can't. I don't know what it is. It's fantastic.
You know, I mean, like for instance, like let's say the Big Bang's true, right? Let's say, but who put that singularity there? Like somebody had to put it there, right? Some kind of creator, right? It's like you don't come from nothing. I mean, there has to be a creator. There has to be. You can't come from nothing, right?
Well, you could come from nothing, I guess, for a short period of time, but if there wasn't an intelligence into your structure, you would just fade away. You would die off. If the seeds and fruits and whatever didn't work with us as a family, we would just die. So
Yeah.
without symbiosis, without an intelligent, option, right? We have to have an intelligent option to survive.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I'd rather take the chances of, like I'd rather take the chances, right? Like I'd rather pray and fucking be a part of it, right? Be a good person and live that life. But here's the thing, dude. You don't have to believe in Jesus to live a good lifestyle, right? But here's the thing, dude. Like, let's say you don't believe in Jesus, right? You gotta admit, that the teachings of the Bible are good rules to live by. Don't steal, kill, you know,
Yeah, I
victimize
don't, I
anybody,
don't, I don't
don't
hate that.
rape
I
women.
mean, I love that, but at the same time, if somebody associates themselves as biblical, it doesn't mean that they really follow that. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't really inform.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. And there's a lot of fakers out there, like I exaggerate mine for comedic relief, but I
For
put it,
sure.
I put it right, sure, yeah, but everything I do online, I exaggerate it for comedic relief, you know.
Yeah, nobody's got any issue with that. It all makes sense, man. That's all cool.
Like you think I go into like a job interview talking the way I talk on here? Come on, dude.
Not really.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, there's what you have going on in your personal life, what you keep personal, and then there's what you put out there, and you just got to put out there good person, which I think most people do, regardless of what religion you are. Even if you're not religious, even if you're anarchy, people don't go about their day hurting other people 99.99% of the time. You know what I mean? Most people are good people, I think. I really do believe that.
Yeah. Also, most people, I guess, they don't want to be like hateful, and then they don't want to receive the backlash of that. Everybody believes in contagions for sure. Like everybody
See,
believes that whatever you put out is going to come back to you.
yeah. So you can ask Big T, dude. Like he knows. Like so, me and my grandpa, we were driving back to the nursery. We were getting plants, tomato plants,
Right, right,
and so he ended up like there was traffic, and he ended up fucking just straight up like I thought he just took a nap, dude. No, he died on me, bro. I had to pull him out in traffic and put him on the side of the road and give him CPR and shit. And people were just driving by, but some people stopped and helped,
right.
Uh, and and then that was like the downfall. Like it was all downhill after that, where he lasted like another like year or so. And it was just like hospital nonstop over and over again for every little thing. Um, but yeah, dude, like do you think like whenever I was giving him CPR and the people were calling 911 and people were offering to do CPR after my arms got tired, like you think I cared about who they voted for or what religion they were? We
No,
we, we,
man, not in that situation. No way.
we
It's
could
very
literally
sad.
disagree on every single thing: abortion, uh, fucking politics, whatever, dude. I disagreed on every single. But when it comes down to being a human being, like just straight up being, I think like 99% of people have like humanity in them. I really do believe that. But then you have like, you have these radicals. Like religion will fuck people up, dude. You have radicals, and then you also have just crazy people. Like fucking Ted Bundy type people. Just crazy. It's like, you know. But the average person, I think, is a good person. Like
I
like
think, yeah, I
regardless.
think we're all mostly good people. Yeah, for sure, man. I don't. I'm not scared. Go ahead. Everybody says, hey, don't be that weak and put yourself out for it. But I think most people are pretty good. I don't think they're going to take anything from me. And also, I'm pretty fucking tough. So you can take a little bit and I can take that,
Yeah.
Um,
So
I'll live.
luckily, I live in a state where I can protect myself. Like I don't have to retreat. Like I can bring the war to you. Like if somebody walked in right now, bro, it wouldn't be fucking good for them. Or like let's say I'm in the middle of the night, somebody breaks into the house, dude. I don't have to fucking like yell and tell them to leave. Like if I see like a masked guy with a gun in my fucking kitchen, bro, fucking the combat is on, dude. Uh, but do you really want to fucking be able? But I want to be able to have that right to do it, in case something happens.
Right,
Uh, but
right.
I also don't want to live in a world where that has to happen either.
Yeah, nobody needs to try you, bro. Nobody needs to try you. Let's just
Well, so,
understand that if you do try
no,
me,
not
that's
taking
what
it personal.
happens.
No, not taking it personal. I'm talking about just being a random victim of a robbery, right, or something like that. Or somebody runs up to me when I'm at Costco or when I'm leaving the bank with a bunch of cash, or something, and somebody runs up to me, it's like I should be able to fucking blast you in the fucking chest 5 times, you know.
Yeah,
I
you will.
can't, bro. You're fucking trying to rob me, homie. Like you're in my fucking house in the middle of the fucking night. Yet you woke me up, dude, in my kitchen, homie. Like the fucking like there is no talking about it. It's like instant fucking combat. Instant.
Right,
Like
right.
it yeah. Like I'm not gonna give them a chance. If you give them a chance, they're gonna fucking kill you, dude. If you give them the upper hand, you want the upper hand. If somebody's bringing to your house, you want a silencer, you want fucking lights, you want fucking flashbangs. I mean, you want to be able to fucking sneak around your house, with a
I
silencer.
think they mainly I think their first tactic is be like, oh, if you don't tell anybody, I won't tell anybody. But then, like you said, you just become that target, bro.
I see a lot of like what I see online. Somebody breaking into somebody's house or somebody getting victimized. But then when that other person brings out a gun, the
Right.
fucking the bad person ends up running away. And but here's the thing, dude. So it's what we call fibs. Fuck, I'm being shot.
Right.
Okay. So the first thing you do when you're being shot, dude, you fucking turn your back, dude, like because you want to cover up your fucking face and your internals, so you turn your back to it, right? And we call it fibs. Fuck, I'm being shot. Uh, it's just what. So this whole idea, you shoot somebody in the back, no, dude. Like 99% of people that are have to hurt somebody because they end up shooting them in the back because people turn whenever you get fucking fucked up, you turn. You know what I mean? And yeah, we call it fibs.
What are they playing, Sean? What are they playing? I'm not watching live, man. I was just gonna start on here. What are they playing, man? I'm still trying to stream live, I think. What are they playing, man? We walk the streets at night. We go where eagles dare. What are they
He's a
playing, man?
big
I'm gonna go ahead.
taker.
I'm gonna play this. Playing it. Oh shit! It won't even. Oh shit! It won't even go.
Joe, I don't know if you can handle 4 grams. I'm telling you, dude, those fuckers are strong. Little fuckers, dude.
What?
I said, I don't know if you can handle 4 grams of them shits, dude. I'm telling you, those are strong little fuckers, dude. Take half that bag. Take half of that bag, dude. It's 8.2 grams. Way out 4.1, and fucking eat that shit, dude. I dare you. I dare you.
What are you daring me for? Did you eat any yet?
No, but I know how good they are. That's the thing.
I'll
That's why
do
I
it.
don't want
I'll
to eat
do
them.
it. Like literally, I'll do it Tuesday. I'll do it live. I'll do it live.
Well,
I don't know how to navigate the chat. Like I really don't, because I will not understand letters.
yeah. So like you can ask Gut Rod, dude. I turned into like a fucking like I turned into like an asshole. Like I don't know why, bro. Like that shit just fucks me up, bro. Like it
I
fucks.
remember. I remember seeing you on the come down the time that I got to. That's when I went to your channel for the first time. You were coming down and you were bothering him. And I said, no, I'll join you on your channel. That's the first time I went into your channel. And you were like, I'm Poppy Carl. I'm like, yeah, I've been subbed up for a long time. And, you know, you were like, it's bear, not beer, because, and, you know, and I got to learn all of that.
Yeah, don't put
Interesting.
fucking beer or nothing in your title. At least back in the day. That's why. Like, but I've been doing this for 10 years. Like, you know, that's just what I've been doing because, like, back in the day, I was getting fucking flagged for it. So I just changed it to BER, and I stayed stuck with that, dude.
It's burr. It's burr. Go to Coachella. Yeah, I understand, Sean. I understand. What are they doing, man?
It's
Too
Misfits.
much horror business.
Fucking Iggy Pop played with Red Hot Chili Peppers. Dude, Iggy Pop looks like an 80-year-old version of the singer from Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, Anthony Kiedis.
Yeah, he looks like an 80-year-old fucking junkie, like a heroin addict. Because I think he looks like a fucking junkie, right? Like he looks like an old junkie, like some guy fucking
Right.
scrap. You know,
Dude,
going to
I,
the
I
scrap yard.
guess I guess they both do right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess they both do, really.
Dude, I have a video. I swear to God, dude. Last time I hung out with Gut Rot, I went to the gas station to go get beer, just like same gas station. I had to turn it off because I did a fucking interview with a Texas crackhead, so I could show my buddy up in fucking Massachusetts, dude. There was a crackhead outside the store, and I just sat there and I was like, "Dude, you're a Texas crackhead?" He's like, "Yeah." And I was having this interview with this guy. He's like, "You take me up the road?" I'm like, "Nah, son. Tell me more about you being a fucking junkie."
Right? Sounds fun. Sounds like a good interview, man.
Yeah, I was trying to exploit the exploitation, dude. I was trying, you gotta start somewhere, right?
We all do, man. We all do. Let's see what happens. Sean, here we go. Let's go. I'm looking it up on the other phone. That's all I can do, man. I know I can see it. Okay, so it says Misfits, Coachella. Shit. Ugh. I'm not finding the one that's live, man. It says Circle Jerks is live at Coachella. No lie, no lie. That's what it says right here.
Some might say I have a thing for the finer things.
Fuck, dude, I don't see it. I don't even. But you know, pretty conflicted about that.
So we were talking about motherfuckers who ain't quite evolved yet. I'm watching the Gut Rot stream right now. I'm pretty sure Gut Rot ain't evolved yet. He looks pretty Neanderthalish. I go,
You think that?
yeah. I don't think he's evolved all the way yet. And he's got Hoover the lesbian on the stream. But you can't do that. You can't have her on your stream. It's unholy. Lesbians are unholy. They're against the Bible.
Setting up a storm, dog. Ooh, it flipped. Thunderstorm coming, eh? Thank
Dude,
you, Vibrating Gal Pal. No, I couldn't even find it on my other phone. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Jeez, it's so fucking hot. So yeah, I know it's there. I guess, you know, you're just gonna have to take the fact that since I'm live, I can't watch that, you know? I guess I just can't watch it,
at
you
the
know?
boss's house, bro. It's a fucking. His house is 15,000 square feet. It's a mansion, and he keeps it at like 76 degrees. So when you walk in and you start sweating, I bust that shit down to like 70.
I don't know. I'll be right back.
Oh,
I don't know. I've been doing apparently the right thing by drinking all these hydrating waters, but that makes me have to go piss, man. And I fucking hate it. Got the laundry in.
Let's see what Matthew has to say. Here. He is the best. Yeah, he is the best. I think it's like the best book in the Bible. The Matthew. This shit's fucking crazy.
Hey, Poppy Carl,
But
where is Coachella?
I think it's in California.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was like LA County or something.
Ah, shit.
It only fits one way, man. It only fits one way. That's crazy. Oh well.
Hey, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes, like 1 minute.
No problem, man. No problem. All right, all right. Let's play this core business. We're gonna flip it over right now. Right now. You know the bastards. You little bastards. All right. Here we go. We'll flip it over. Yo, Poppy Carl.
What's up?
Nothing, man. If I just play those records, then it's just. Oh, they're live now, man. They're live now. I'm gonna go ahead and go through and hit that link and go listen to it. Because if I just play those records and drown you out, there's no point in that anyway. So Siberian Gal Pal sent the link. I'm gonna go ahead and click through and just go ahead and listen to that.
I'll watch right now.
Well, that doesn't mean I can, but maybe it does.
It's like a POV of the mosh pit, bro. It's like the eyes looking through somebody in the mosh pit.
Right. Yeah, I try to imagine what it's like around it. Maybe an empty space,
Or now it's like it looks like now it's like a drone log, and now it's like some point of view.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go watch it, man. You know what? I'll come back up, Poppy Carl.
All right, man. I'll see you later. You
All
gonna
right.
shut this one down or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down and go watch that, because they're gonna watch it anyway. So we lose our whole audience. All
All right, man.
right. See you.
Later.
All right, man. Thank you.